There we are. Hello.
Hello. Welcome
Hello
to
there.
the stream.
Welcome to the stream, the finale of the Lega Pauper Lipsia Season 2. And we are here again for another round of a very nice rounds of competitive Magic the Gathering Pauper.
Yes, indeed. We're playing Pauper today. Or actually not we are playing Pauper, but the top 8 of our league.
Exactly, yes. These players have been battling from June till January through like 8 different tournaments. Their best 6 results resulted in a total ranking. We have the top 7 players, and then we have a wild card.
That's indeed true.
And these are the best of the best here in Leipzig, Germany. We are
In the area.
Exactly, in our area, and everybody who wanted to come to us this year. This is our second season. We are the Lega Pauper Lipsia. We are the oldest, I guess, still the biggest pauper league in Germany.
Indeed.
We are officially affiliated with the Italian Pauper League, the IPL. You might know it. And this is our prep for Paupergeddon next month.
Yes, it's not only the prep, but maybe the last testing for the decks. There are 8 people thought a lot about what kind of matchup they're gonna have, who's gonna bring which deck, and now we know it. The top 8 lists got registered yesterday. After that, a lot of people screamed in fear of having to face mirrors or made bad sideboard decision. We are gonna talk you all through that because we have every list here. We got the matchups ready and probably gonna start with the first match in like 2 minutes.
Exactly, we are prepared. So maybe we have we can talk about this maybe a little later, Lucas. But we have a trophy, we have a signed snuff out. This is what's on the line today. But we're gonna push that aside because we're gonna start real soon. And I wanna take a look over on our bracket because these are our players. We don't have all matchups on here, so maybe we definitely are gonna be in the matchup of Pitt, which is our first ranked player, our local Tireless tribe player.
And obviously the best.
Exactly. Take a look at their lists. And you can see right away they had a good run, like on the left. Yeah. 2 5-0s at the very start, then a bit middling results, but overall very consistent.
Yes, definitely. Only missing 1 day and getting carried through top results on 3 of his 6 days that are counting. So he was unstoppable. Nobody came close to him after all the results were finished. So he is in first place and deserves the first feature mat. Let's maybe talk about his list because he worked on his sideboard as well regarding the matchups he could face or is expecting.
Exactly.
So, for example, we see in the sideboard a Circle of Protection blue, but that's maybe the top 8 cut with the least amount of blue cards in it we could expect. So nobody's playing Mono Blue Terror. So this might be a dead card already. But he put in 2 Piracy Charms. I think that's really interesting. And maybe his only way to deal with, for example, a Standard Bearer if he's going to face one of the Caw Gates players. So that's going to be an interesting fight if we see that throughout the day.
We have first matchup we know already is gonna be Grixis Affinity.
Yes.
So they're the Lawrence Escape maybe helping out in that case as well. The Piracy Charm 1 main, 1 sideboard can take out the KCS. Though I assume they might not stay in from the sideboard because you'd rather have Hydro Blasts and such to protect your board later.
Yeah, and also I think you might get in with the Murmuring Mystics to have more longevity and not only rely on your 4 creatures. But I'm actually not an expert in the Tireless tribe deck, so I'm excited to see what is Pitt gonna do. It's gonna be the first time for me as well seeing him play live on stream, and I'm really excited to see it. I'm a fan of the deck. I really like it.
Okay, let's just take a look over to our match cam because I think the players are about to start. So we have a quarterfinal coming up. Maybe you can take a look briefly while they are shuffling up over in the bracket to see if anything changed here.
No.
Not so far.
Okay.
So we have, but we do know Pitt is facing Lou on Grixis Affinity. So maybe while we have another minute, we can take a look at their deck as well.
Yeah, Lou, actually the competitor who made it through the wild card. So he wasn't in the original top 8, but did qualify with one of his results in the top 8 from game days, and went through it all in the final top 8 tournament, also with Grixis Affinity. So he has the practice for the deck.
Exactly.
And I mean, it's an all-star. Nothing really changed in the deck. I think he didn't change his sideboard at all. I mean, and why would you? Because Grixis, I feel like, is
a
maybe
good deck.
always like never change a running system. You know,
Yeah.
it's like good throughout the last couple of years. Sometimes better, sometimes a little bit worse, but you can always perform with the deck. It's super strong. It has a lot of tools to win the game, and also a very variable sideboard. You know, you have kind of everything in it.
Yes, so let's take a look again over to our players because they are shuffling up. I mean, we have the lists on the side. You had a good look at them, so maybe we'll wait, sort our stacks and see that we have our players there. 3 shamans. Oh, also in general, shout out to the chat. Shout out, like I see Milan in there, I see Jimmy, I see Lucino, Lucca, that is, Tiesling, our resident mod, helping out. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and overall, already 20 people watching before the game even started. Really nice, really nice.
We're ready for Pauper.
Yes, excited to see it. And also, maybe we can spoil the other matches of round 1, because we actually got the bracket already here. Caw Gates is playing against Red Synth.
Yes.
And then we have the Gardens Mirror in round 1. So we definitely have a backup feature match if this is a quick one. And then we have the Spy combo against the second Caw Gates list. So very exciting round 1.
Yeah. And it's really interesting because while these players here are getting ready, maybe because we didn't have the chance to talk about our whole top 8, we have like 3 people that exactly came with the deck you expected, and we have 5 people that were sort of in the realms of, okay, we are not quite sure, to up to, no, I'm completely changing my system. Like, we have Sasha in here, who's playing Spy today. He played 8 days of mono red synth in our league.
True. Like a bold decision for sure. Many people ask the questions if he is good with his decision, because it's like a very different form of playing Pauper. With Red, he already showed that he can perform. Now on Spy combo, he needs to make a name for himself again. So we will see how that goes, but he plays against the player who switched up a lot of decks during the game days and always played green, if I'm correct. Oh no, he played Mono Blue Terra as well, and now comes up with Caw Gates. Never seen him on Caw Gates before, so we are going to be excited how they kind of have like their trial match, both playing new decks for themselves, but both are very good players, so can be excited for that as well.
Yes. So let's also take a look. I think the players are ready now. I don't know if they have already. I don't think mulligans have resolved, although I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so yet.
So yeah, we're gonna have 3 rounds of Magic today. This is knockout, so any player you see here on stream will not make it to the like the loser will not make it to the next round.
Yeah, for sure. It's elimination matches all day.
Exactly. And here we have not yet up in our interface. We're currently getting that fixed. We have our local Tireless trial player Pitt up against Lou, who made it in as a wild card on Grixis Affinity. So
awesome story.
Yeah. Also, maybe, I don't know if anybody's listening could tell, I think it's Lou, that his phone is on stream, but I don't have the capacity to do that. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, I think, I was about to talk about that as well. Yeah, people need to be careful with their private data if they're in the internet. But yeah.
We can blur that out in the video.
So it seems like we're live with the rolling the dice. They probably rolled what we call Maxion. So the 2 and the 1 is the highest number, and afterwards you just calculate with the highest to the lowest. And I actually totally forgot what they rolled and don't know
Lou
who's gonna
rolled
start.
higher.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for paying
so
attention
that
to that while I'm talking smack.
Yeah, no. I think at some point we have to explain Maxion to the international audience. We'll see. If we have time, we will do that. But I mean, the concept is really, I guess the higher number is the first digit and the lower number is the second digit.
Yes.
And then there's special rules for having the same number in
pairings.
like higher numbers will beat everything, and then the 1-2 is like the ultimate. That's the Maxion. Yeah.
So, but now let's talk about the game. It seems like both players kept their opening 7, and Lou has like a strong start with untapped land into Blood Fountain, so all the 3 artifacts on the deck, and has a second land untapped as well, but passes the Reckoner's Bargain. Main phase? Okay.
I think that is in end step in response to Pit. I don't know why he did it that way, but I guess it was...
It was in his end step after Pit cracked the escape tunnel to get an island.
Exactly.
Interesting. But not gaining any life probably doesn't really matter in this matchup because Grixis doesn't have too much life gain.
Yeah, you would have to go very high. I guess if you eat 2 Mirran Forces, that's really hard for Tribe to get there.
Then they need white out.
Honestly, in general, maybe we should like very briefly talk. Like Tireless Tribe is a combo deck here on the left-hand side. You want to play the namesake Tireless Tribe, and maybe then equip it with this nice leather armor, which is a piece of tech we're gonna explain in a second. But Tireless Tribe is a 1/1 that allows you to discard a card, and then it gains like 4 toughness for the turn.
Yeah.
And you play that to discard your hand and at some point cast Inside Out, which is also what the deck could be called, Inside Out combo, that swaps like power and toughness, and then you have a maybe like 20 damage attacker. That is usually the idea.
Yeah. Definitely, and it's a very strong idea, and now we see a Fanatic offering in response to an end-step Brainstorm. So Lou is drawing cards, as Grixis does, and Pit is digging, as the combo deck is, usually. So they're both progressing towards the game plan, I guess.
Yeah, it's really, I guess, it's not a great matchup probably for Pit, because Grixis has just a lot of tools to deal with you. One thing of note is Lou is not playing any cast downs, so he's really I guess limited in like parentheses to Galvanic Blast and Croc, and then maybe the munitions, but that is the interaction that there is, and Pit has to kind of play around that.
Yeah, definitely. I think Pit plays towards having like one protected combo turn where he like lays down the tribe. Maybe, I'm not quite sure if he plays any haste enablers, but probably
not as far as I know.
Yeah,
like he has to,
it
has to stay there for a turn.
Right, so he needs to have a protection for it in form of circular logic, probably circular logic, or Dispel. He plays also Dispel.
Yeah, that works. Lawrence Escape can also give it hexproof. So that is a thing. And I guess putting on a leather armor.
Yeah.
There's the tribe. Oh, nice foil one.
Yes, definitely. Pit has his deck pretty styled out, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, it's the one deck he's playing.
Yeah, for sure. There were no questions about what Pit is going to bring today to the table. He played Tireless Tribe all league. I never seen him play something else. So it was kind of a closed case that Tribe is going to be his deck to bring and to play. So the Tireless tribe is deployed and leather armor is equipped to it. What are Lu's option here to kind of deal with it, because there is basically threatened death on the next turn in theory.
Yes. So Lou's starting off with a thought cast, so drawing for 1 blue mana and then reduced costs by like any amount of artifacts in play to draw 2 cards. He's putting down a blood fountain, so he's kind of not like, he's just drawing cards, developing, and then putting down an enforcer. So there is a blocker. So that is something else that Pit has to deal with, and there's the shaman.
Yes.
Yeah, Krogclan Shaman can eat any amount of artifacts and then deal 1 damage to each non-flying creature. That's a problem.
Definitely, that's a problem. For maybe people who don't know, what does the armor do that's currently equipped to the Tireless tribe?
The equipment gives 1 toughness and adds ward 1. So any sort of like galvanic blast, munitions and such will have to pay an extra. And there, yeah, that is already... Oh, he is mapping onto the Krogclan.
Yeah. And
so he's exploring, he sees a non-land permanent, that gets a counter. This is a Krog that he can just repeatedly activate now for like 1. The Krog survives, but Pit has to...
I mean, not currently, because the armor is equipped, so it has 2 toughness, right? So he needed to say 2 artifacts, and then the Krogclan would die as well.
True.
So it's not for the board state now. It's not too good, but it protects him from Piracy Charm, which there's a 1 of main in Pit's deck. So, and also the chat pointed out that Pit already had missed 1 land drop, so he cycles an Ash Barrens now to get his 3rd, but it's 1 turn late. Yeah, so it's an interesting situation for both of the players, because it seems like they have pseudo answers for both of their threats. Yeah, and also in response to the Krogclan activation, you could probably just discard a card and give you more toughness to your tribe, and then he doesn't die anyways, right?
Yeah, let me just... I have to check something on the side.
Yeah, for sure. I can talk more.
But yeah, keeping tabs on the game. We have but I mean, already the armor paying off big time, because this would be game over if it wasn't in play.
Yeah.
So that's good. I see Lu is completely tapped out.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like the attack would make sense right now, because like there's no wedding invitation as well as escape tunnel, which are like the 5 things that make the Tireless tribe unblockable. So he deploys a Squadron Hawk and goes for 3 other potentially 3 other Squadron Hawks from his deck. He only finds 2 to fill up your hand. Very nice tech in the deck, because then you have like 3 more cards to discard, basically. So in this deck, it's effectively a draw 3 if you want to, but only a draw 2 probably, because he has either 1 in hand or decides to not need more than 2. Maybe he wants to use it with a Brainstorm, so you can effectively draw 3 cards with your Brainstorm. So it seems like he's not there yet to deploy lethal attacks or threats on Lu.
And as it was pointed out in chat, thank you Milan, Eduardo Nero, for that. Of course, the equipment only giving 1 toughness and no power means once you inside out, it's super vulnerable.
Yeah, definitely.
So the thing is, I think while it might not be relevant to remove the tribe here, Lu knows the list that Pit is running, and Lu knows that there is a Piracy Charm in there.
Yeah.
So that would have been the way to remove a KCS, and now Pit is in a tough position, because I'm not quite sure how exactly he can even get around that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure either. Probably deploying a couple of more tribes, maybe?
Yeah, I think he probably has to force the issue, so the Krog actually has to be used. The problem then still is he has to force the issue and then also have the piracy charm, because the Krog doesn't have to do anything beyond like damaging for one.
Yeah, that's true. So we definitely see Lu in the commanding position right now, probably. Having not as much trouble playing the game as the Tribe player does.
And going for a full swing, so probably some sort of backup creature in hand he aims to deploy like after combat, but really in a commanding position at this point. He has the game under control.
Yeah, for sure.
So Pitt is thinking about blocks, whether he wants to do anything. I mean, there is the trade offered about the you could block the Krog, right? Double block, and then probably you would have to discard stuff, but
yeah, or you just double block and maybe have a backup Tribe. You know, you have these Squadron Hawks already to maybe block the Enforcers for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably there could have been a good play. Otherwise, like if Lu has a Galvanic Blast, it's just a stupid 2-for-1. You know, Kraken stays and you lose 2 of your creatures for 1 Gulf Blast on the Hawk. That wouldn't be nice, or force at least a discard or something. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. But he decides to just block 1 Enforcer with the Hawk and takes the 2 damage from the Krog, and afterwards we see Eco Spring and Mirror Enforcer getting deployed by Lu. But missing land drops as well. He only has 4 lands. So that's I think Grixis needs more than maybe 4 is alright. He has 2 red, 1. He only has 1 blue mana, but does it really matter? Nope.
For the most part, in the Grixis list, and also his one in particular, he really only needs it for Thoughtcast and maybe Hydros from the sideboard. He has Hydros and the Gate.
Yeah.
So I think his land base runs a little more blue than some other people might that just maximize Rakdos colors. But yeah, this is a really tough board for Pitt to go through. He's digging, just looking for stuff.
Preordaining.
But I don't think that the... I get that like blocking the Krog would have been really risky, and if he doesn't have a Tribe in hand, that would be trouble. But he sort of has to keep cards in hand, and like playing out like this Hawk replaced itself because he had 1 more in deck, but then if he keeps jumping with them to stay alive, he goes down in cards in hand.
Yeah, unless he finds the whiteout, I guess. And since like Lu only plays how many Reckoner Bargains?
It's probably 4, yeah.
Yeah, so 1 of them is gone without gaining him any life. So I mean, yeah, maybe to Fred getting 7 more life would be nasty. Yeah, I actually don't really see a way how Pitt is getting out of this situation.
Yeah, and Lu just going on the aggressive, saying, you don't have it, I feel safe with the Krog on board.
For sure.
So this is a really tough game 1.
I think so, but I also think it gets better for Tribe after sideboarding.
Absolutely,
since he has the Murmuring Mystic that can be annoying because it deploys jump blockers all over the place, and maybe lets him turn on the aggressive side besides having his combo, because the Grixis player is not playing too many flyers, and you get the Hydro as well as the Pyroblasts if you want to get in all of them, but I'm not quite sure actually.
I would assume they only board in the Hydros and then cut on, all sort of things, like maybe even the Piracy Charm. But yeah, like having.
But wouldn't the Pyroblast be good against the Hydroblast and the negates from Lu? Does he? What does Lu board?
Lu doesn't have any red blasts, any Pyroblasts, so you feel pretty safe. Like just boarding Hydro if you see there's no 1 mana response to that.
Yeah, but the inside out is red. So do you think Lu would board in Hydroblast to threat countering the inside out piece? Or do you think he has enough removal for the tribe to not board in anything against the inside out?
I think Pit has to think about that, but with 4 Dispel, 4 Circular Logic, I think you're fine. I think that probably is enough to protect against Hydroblast, which other than like exactly that card do nothing in the matchup. So I think on Lu's side, I wouldn't do that. I maybe would consider running Negate. I don't know. Duress is just a really annoying card for Tribe, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe also bring in the Extract Confessions, right?
Those are, that kind of depends whether you have the read that they will board out the Hawks or not. I would probably not board out the Hawks in this matchup. So I think that makes Extracted Confession bad, because unless it's the, like, you can't use it instant speed, so they always can choose like a Hawk if it's in play with a tribe, because they will always have the same power.
Yeah, true. That's probably then not the best tech, but yeah, we can still talk about this game because it's not quite yet over.
Chance, right?
There's a refurbished familiar deployed by Lu, and I think he passed the turn, and Pit is already played Preordain and deciding what to put down. But I'm actually, I got distracted by sideboard decisions.
It's okay, we both got distracted, but I think we are making decisions probably the Preordain, So you want the cards.
But I don't see any outs for Pit.
Yeah, I think the only out is you would have to force a KCS activation plus have Piracy Charm, and then afterwards, but he doesn't have the time. There's too much damage on board.
He would need a unblockable new tribe with no removal spell from Lu, who's drawn like 20 more cards than him, basically. Or maybe not, because he has like a lot of card selection in the tribe deck, but I think you cannot not think about that he has one more Gulf Blast or whatever. So he's deploying the second tribe, which is crazy, into a already prepared KCS,
Clan Shaman, I think that Galvanic probably goes face.
Goes face, you say?
I probably,
why wouldn't it?
There's no reason to do anything else. Thing is,
I mean, he's threading lethal now.
Yeah.
So he needs to block. He doesn't need to activate the KCS. If he just attacks with both Mirror Enforcers and maybe the refurbished. Or actually, he forces 2 blocks on the Enforcers, or a double block on one of his on the KCS if he attacks with all. Yeah, right.
Yeah, full swing. There's no reason to hold back.
True.
As long as you have, because he's forced to block.
2 blocks, so he still has the KCS around. His board is completely fine, and both tribes are gone.
Yeah, but you're dead.
He's discarding the whiteout. He has already 2 whiteouts in the graveyard, which is recoverable from the graveyard if you sacrifice a land, I think.
Yeah, snow cover land.
And
that is lethal.
Blast.
That going face is just
Circular Logic. Gotcha.
And then he goes
for the
number 4.
So game 1 already done.
That was good draws on Lu's side.
Domination from Grixis Affinity against Tireless Tribe. It's going to be more exciting after sideboarding, I think. But Blue just showing off what happens if you draw 4 of Galvanic Blast in this matchup.
Yeah. Just one thing I want to check real quick because it has been pointed out in chat, and we have to, though, look at the card, and I don't think we have prepared that yet. Would Lawrence Escape have helped in that situation? I'm going to look that up. Maybe you can take another look at the sideboards?
Yeah, we can. So the sideboards from Pit is 2 Murmuring Mystics, 4 Hydroblasts, 3 Pyroblasts, 1 Piracy Charm, 1 Flaring Pain, 2 Benevolent Blessing, 1 Circle of Protection Blue, which is probably not going to be used today, and 1 Snow-Covered Mountain. And on the side of Grixis Affinity, we have 4 Hydroblasts, 2 Negate, 1 Unexpected Fangs, 2 Cast into Fire, 2 Breath Weapon, 2 Duress, and 2 Extract the Confessions. And as we already talked about, I mean, I'm certainly not an expert on Tireless Tribe nor Affinity, but I could imagine that Pit is playing 2 Murmuring Mystics and getting in 4 Hydroblasts and probably 1 more Piracy Charm, and takes out... I have no clue.
I mean, for Pit, I have, due to reasons, I have a pretty clear idea what's going to be boarded. And that's going to be 4 Hydroblast in, 2 Impulse out, a Vetting Invitation out, and a Piracy Charm out.
Sorry, say that again. 2 Impulse, 1 Lauren Escape?
He's cutting an 2 Impulse, 1 Piracy Charm, and a Vetting Invitation.
Oh, he's cutting the Piracy Charm and the Vetting Invitation.
I think the idea of like removing the KCS is a little too cute in return to a Hydra also counters a Galvanic.
Yeah.
And especially if you know that like your counter spells are not going to be contested, like that is just so good.
Yeah.
Because it also can remove, like it can remove a KCS on the stack, it can remove it on the board, it can also like prevent a Galvanic Blast, and if you know you don't have to fight over it, that's just so good.
Yeah, for sure. And the chatter who pointed out that Lauren Escape would have resulted in a possible win for Tribe is right, because it gives indestructible. And if you... I mean...
I'm not quite sure if it would have been a lot of work, because you would have to
have Escape Tunnel and White out, as the person pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you buff up the toughness, and then you place and you buff it so hard that the KCS really can't wipe it.
No, you give it... I mean, you in response to Lauren Escape, you can still activate the KCI, and then he would probably... Oh no, then you need to discard a card, I guess.
Buff toughness, exactly.
Buff toughness, toughness, right. And if Lawrence Escape resolves, then you need to Escape Tunnel, or at some point you need to Escape Tunnel, so it's unblockable.
Yeah.
And then you have the Inside Out. Lawrence Escape would have been...
By the way, if you're interested in the deck lists, you can see we have a comment in chat for you to load them up. Maybe you can still see the links in there, both for the Tribe and Grixis Affinity lists. Lawrence Escape is a card that gives an artifact or creature hexproof and indestructible for 1 white, and then you also scry 1, which is a pretty good card. I think that's gonna be still left in the deck for exactly that situation. So maybe that's an out he will be still looking for in the next round. The next game, I mean.
And do we know what Lou is boarding?
I have no idea. You pointed out that Hydroblast can hit the signature spell of the deck, which is the Inside Out. So that could be a consideration, though I think something like a Negate, even though it costs 2 mana, like countering also setup stuff, countering counter magic and such, I think you probably need the Negate.
Yeah, and do you go for Cast into Fire because it can ping for 1 damage as well? Or breath weapons or stuff like this?
I think the most valuable cards are Duress and Negate, and then from there on, I don't know how much he wants to cut.
Yeah. I mean, you can probably... I mean, I don't know. He already plays 2 Duress main, I see.
I think he can clearly cut the Blood Fountains and trim on the Black Mage's rods, probably. I don't know if you want makeshift munitions. It's super annoying for Pit.
Yeah, I think you should definitely keep it. I think Black Mage's Rod are kind of irrelevant in the matchup, and as you said, Blood Fountains as well, because once you've deployed Mirror Enforcers, you can just seal the deal with a couple of Gulf Blasts and their attacks, because every creature in Pit's deck is a 1/1, basically.
Yeah.
So it would take a lot of resources to protect them against Mirror Enforcers.
Exactly.
But on the other side, I mean, the best way to win for Pit's deck is a turn 2 win. Net decking that
just
would
have
be nice as well.
Yeah.
But so the sideboarding is done for our players. They're already shuffling, and we're excited for game 2. Do you think that's like the worst matchup Pit could have gotten in the first round?
I'm sorry, I got distracted by chat having other ideas what they could sideboard.
Pyro hits inside out 2. Yeah, true.
Yeah. So
but Lou is not playing any Pyroblasts.
Yeah, there's no Pyroblasts, so that
And
will
the
not
Mystic.
do anything.
True.
I think Mystic is a card that's probably that was very much for the mono blue matchups, but we have no mono blue Terra here after all, and mono blue fairies was kind of expected that nobody would play that.
I was talking about this with Clemens yesterday. Mono blue fairies would have been a nice meta call, I think.
Yeah.
Like the only really bad matchup I think that fairies would have had is Grixis, right?
I don't know. I think honestly, the Gardens matchup for fairies is probably pretty tough.
Is it though? You have like...
It has so much removal.
Yeah, but you have so many creatures, and you redeploy them, and they don't have any blockers, and once you have like... I mean... We have our fairy expert in the chat. What do you think of the matchup phase against Gardens? Maybe even blue-black phase, I don't know.
I mean, it kind of depends how many Defile plus Snuff Out is ran, right?
We could also see if there's an updated matchups, the other matchups, if they're updated already.
We will take a look in a moment if that's possible. We'll check whether we can go over to.
Okay, so you get it in the chat perfectly. Thanks, Tiesling, the #1 moderator, follower from day 1.
Very nice. Yeah, so we have Monored 1-0 up against Caw Gates. That would be our very own Max M against Mark. No,
against Clemens.
Against Clemens?
Yeah, it's very
light. I'm not able to read what we have here, but we're gonna get it up for you in a minute. Against Clemens. Yeah, Clemens having a hard time.
Besides not knowing it, I have a hot take. I think the mirror between Gardens is at 0-0 currently.
That's probably the case, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be impressed if it's not 0-0, but I think it's the 0-0.
Yeah, unless somebody scooped. But to be honest, we are not playing with a timer, so they have time today. Yeah. And for a Gardens mirror, that means somebody might deck out.
I'm pretty sure the Gardens players were just like really mad that Tortured Existence is not in the meta right now, so they said we are gonna play a mirror and torture our existence.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron is here today. Is not on Mono Blue Terror. He is on Caw Gates.
Big surprise there.
I mean, do we have anything else for the players here that we have on stream? Let me check. Or maybe we can see if our magic... I'll head over to our other scene and see if we have a bracket. We have a bracket. These are our matchups for today. So that's
for the first round.
For the first round, exactly. So we have, we know already Max M is 1-up against Clemens with Red Synth versus Caw Gates. You prophesized Gardens Mirrors probably still 0-0.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Protection will let us know. And then we have Sasha Summer on Spy Combo, the red player, making the wild switch against Aaron Münch, who is on Caw Gates today. And we, like I briefly mentioned, there was like 3 players here that played exactly what we expected. That is Pit, that is Lou, and that is Max. Then there were like Marcel and Clemens, I was like, okay, they're gonna pick something.
For Clemens, for me, it was really clear that he would go on White Weenies or Caw Gates. That's like the two decks he played the most throughout the league or in the last half year. I was actually talking to him earlier, and I was really telling him that he should go with the White Weenies deck because I think he plays it better. And then he decided on Caw Gates because just he like thought he would have more fun with it. He was more excited to play that deck instead of Weenies. Also, he wanted to switch it up a little to be not as expected because like a lot of people saw him on White Weenies because that's like the deck he played in the last league days and was very successful with. But I mean, Lua Anton with Grixis Affinity is a classic in this combination, but I could have seen him on Blue-Black Tarot or something like this as well.
Yeah.
So it was not like the most given as Pit with Tireless Tribe, for example. Yeah.
And speaking of, maybe let's head over because I think the players are currently mulligan, and I kind of, with the combo deck, I kind of want to know how many cards these guys are starting on. Also,
yeah, for sure. Also, Pitt is starting now. He was on the play, on the draw in the first round, and I feel like Tribe is much better on the play. Because you might have the advantage of your creature is already on the battlefield and is able to attack, and Grixis is playing his second tapped land.
Yeah, exactly. And also Grixis, I mean, Lou is playing 20 lands. I think that's like one more that I usually see lists run. So he in general should have better mulligans, but every time I touch that deck, like, it is cursed. Like, you see one land, and you're like, I'm not playing Magic.
Yeah, and I mean, he was stuck on 4 lands for a long time in the last game as well. But it's like I think that's kind of this like number of lands you need in the deck to play the game, because like a lot of your cards are reduced anyway through artifacts, and there's the turn 1 duress from Affinity. That sucks.
That is uncomfortable, yeah.
So we see the hand, that's nice, because then we can talk about it. It's Squadron Hawk, Tireless Tribe, 2 Preordains, Ponder, and an Ash Barons.
Oh. That is honestly a hand you don't mind being seen.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Ponder into Preordain is pretty strong. So I would probably take the Ponder if I was blue. Because you only can take non-creature cards, right?
Yeah,
non-creature
you only
so
he basically has a choice between Preordain and Ponder, and I think also Ponder is probably the stronger choice here.
Yeah, I think so.
Because you immediately see 3 cards.
Yeah, that's what Lou is going for. But now it's kind of, do you think he will crack the escape tunnel for a land or cycle the Ash Barons in the end step?
I mean,
what is the better play?
He is far away. I mean, the thing is, the escape tunnel doesn't tap for mana. You really only have the option to sack it to like make something unblockable that has like 2 or less power, I think, or you fetch a basic.
Okay, so the line is probably fetching for a white source, cycling Ash Barons for blue, play the blue land on turn 2, and then Preordain. That's probably his.
Yeah.
Or deploy the Tribe. What's more important? I think Preordaining is more important with that state of hand, because like you're just exposing your Tribe.
Yeah.
If you play it right.
Yeah. And like Lou knows it if he has like I mean, he doesn't have a red source in play yet, but if he just knows it's free to remove, playing into Great Furnace and Galvanic would already like. Even without Metalcraft, it kills.
Yeah. So he fetches the planes and is probably going for exactly what we predicted. Unless he draws an island, he's going to probably cycle the island and play a Preordain on his turn 2.
That makes sense. Just trying to set up here.
Yeah, for sure. Cycling the Ash Barons. Maybe we can see the future. Have you ever thought about that?
I mean, it was I think it was probably like the obvious line to take there. I don't think you can sit on the tunnel if you have only one land drop. I think you need more mana to play Magic the Gathering. But yeah, we saw Lou take a mulligan, at least one.
Yes.
I don't know if there was multiple, but that is a thing. Like them also, like, of course, being on the draw can like help with that, but I'm trying to suss out what the hand is. I think I saw a Mirror Enforcer and some red card, but
yeah, it might be on the right side a KCI or
Pyroblast is not in the deck, so,
it can't be a Pyroblast.
It might be
just
a Galvanic.
Testing you if you really read the lists.
Or paid attention to what we were saying, right?
It's a KCS, I think.
Okay.
Or he put it in Breath Weapon. One of the two, I think.
Breath Weapon.
But is Breath Weapon really... I mean, it hits the tribe as well.
He is low on removal generally, so if you cut Blood Fountains and maybe even also all Mage's Rods, I don't know if he wants to cut the Spell Bomb. I mean, you can trim on a lot of numbers there, so he has space.
You don't need Spell Bombs, but you can't trim too many artifacts, right? Especially the cheap ones. If you cut Blood Fountains as well as Spell Bombs, you basically don't have any one-drop in your artifact count besides your lands.
That's true. You have to somehow develop so the Mirror Enforcers are actually playable.
Yeah.
But if you have like low mana plays like the 4 Duress at that point, you just hope to make it through the early game to sort of just make land drops and then drop something big.
Yeah. Okay.
Did he draw that land?
Echo Whispering, he did draw that land, yeah.
Huh, I wonder how much more he has in hand.
I think he has a Reckoner's Bargain, but he drew another Seed of the Signet with the Echo Whispering, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but
we see second Preordain.
Yeah.
Pit deciding he's not finding what he wants.
We're not on a timer. We are not on the timer. Take your time.
Yeah. I mean, if you really know those are not the cards. Okay, he's one there, one top, one bottom.
Yeah, so
drawing that top card.
Yeah. Might be land, right?
It's another escape tunnel.
Okay.
Deploying the tribe.
Yeah.
Shields
seeing
down.
That there is no untapped red source, and I think that's not a bad call if he actually is able to win next turn. The only two things that can really screw him over are basically if he deploys an untapped red source, KCS, or threatens the Gulf Blast, right?
Exactly.
Or keeps up 2 blue mana for a negate.
Yeah.
Then you need the circular logic as well. But I feel like deploying the tribe, maybe with now he has a backup tribe or something like this, forces Lou to make to tell him something without telling him, you know?
Yeah.
If he keeps the 2 mana open, he's probably gonna have a counter spell. But never mind, he taps out for a Reckoner's Bargain on the Echo Whispering.
I think it's kind of like Lou is like has telegraphed he has no red source, and like this is sort of going like, okay, you will have that next turn, you can kill me next turn, but I'm just saying you don't have the full thing.
And I don't have any answers. Main phasing the Reckoner's Bargain with 2 mana in play on your turn 3 is probably the thing you want to see from a Grixis player.
That's paid off.
Yeah, you don't want to see actually, because now we talked about it. The KCS is deployed.
There it is.
But on the bright side for Pit, if he has a backup Tireless Tribe and he swings out and threatens the kill, KCS needs to sacrifice a land right now to actually deal damage or block.
Yeah.
But if he just blocks, he can also just discard a card, giving 4 toughness to the Tireless Tribe, trading with the KCI, keeping his tribe, and then Lou would be fucked. So he probably needs to sack a land, right?
If Pit is going for it, Lou would have to sacrifice. Like, it's the only insurance he has right now.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good situation for Pit. So he's definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, it would hurt really badly if Pit now has a backup, either Lawrence Escape or some sort of even the Hydroblast, right? He can force the issue right now if he has a Hydro in hand.
Yeah, that, or if he just like has another escape turn, makes it unblockable, then he needs to sacrifice the land, and then he can just discard a card, giving him +4 toughness, not comboing, but getting rid of the KCI 1 land and threaten lethal next turn with Lu on his turn 4 on 2 lands.
Yeah. So this is offering a trade,
never mind.
But always
that was
knowing
a great attack.
yeah, I think from this position on, you're just gonna swing, and if you add in more creatures, it's just gonna be bad for Lu. The question is though, is he holding something to also now from this position still disrupt Lu, or is he just, because I don't know, I play combo decks a lot, and like this would be a position where I would look to, I don't know, dispelling a draw spell or so, because I feel like I'm sort of in the lead. Like I want to prevent more land drops because that fuels the KCS. I want to prevent them from developing any sort of thing, so we are not getting in the Mirror Enforcer territory and all that.
True. I think if he would have had a counterspell for the Reckoner's Bargain, that would be just brutal for Lu. Right now he's on 4 lands, he has 4 artifacts. I think that's what I said before, that's where the deck starts to really function well. It might be too late for being like worth countering a draw spell, because I think like now you need to counter what's threatening you to win. So we maybe see a shift in the driver seat kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think deploying a Black Mage's Rod, second blocker,
Black Mage's
not having a hero token is definitely an aura minus for Lu. He had like lots of time to prepare that. They're not that uncommon. Like, what the fuck? That's a Weather Storm. Top 8 promo being a hero token. I'm not...
Okay, but we know it's a colorless creature. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that works. The math checks out.
Math checks out.
I need to go back to that
Paying
one.
2. Yeah, sure.
He's not playing Grixis for the first time. There's tokens that are produced by the company that are exactly a hero.
We also have, I don't know if you have a hero token, but we have really nice tokens from our community.
I definitely have hero tokens. We have a lot of people who like to draw. And also, we have like 3 or 4 people who just like design their own tokens, which are much nicer than the Final Fantasy tokens. And I'm pretty sure they thought about what Grixis needs. And they probably have a
busy
hero.
Guy, right? He has
Lu
a
is
kid
a busy guy,
and all that.
But he just needs to buy them, you know? That's not like... and
or you have to make
back
plans to get them somewhere. So, so that Black Mage's Rod created a colorless 1/1. The equipment attached to it will... The equipment attached to it will drain for every non-creature spell that Lu is casting. Not really relevant on that side of thing here in this matchup, but I think it's another blocker that Pit has to go through. Though we have the critical mass with 3 creatures at this point, you really just need some sort of unblockable. And I think that's only gonna be the 2 tunnels that you have in your deck. I think he probably boarded out the wedding invitation.
Yeah. I think the information you got on this one is true. And we saw him playing the Squadron Hawk just to shuffle, right? He didn't actually take one out. Or, I mean, I didn't follow the game anymore. I was still thinking about the hero tokens. Also, I got distracted.
Outrageous!
Since Grixis only has the the destructible artifact land base, that would be a time for Gorilla Shaman to really shine. I'd love to see it, not in this matchup, obviously, but I thought about this card, Gorilla Shaman.
Yeah.
Actually being really, really good.
That would have been a crazy meta call. I mean, Pit has the mountain sideboard plus like the Ash Barrens to fetch it, so there would have been. I guess you could, if you really were preparing for Grixis Affinity, you could play Gorilla Shaman.
Could have, would have, should have, didn't though.
Yeah. But yeah, Lou playing with the untapped lands in Grixis Affinity is crazy because there's like 3 of each, and he has found 4. Yeah, there was a very memorable. I don't know if you caught that, but the final match he played in the qualifier to get in as our wild card.
Yeah.
He started the hand, I think, with no either. I think no black source, and he just top decked, and he had a bunch of like black spells, and he just top decked the Vault of Whispers first turn. It was crazy.
You know, like all the things he does very well, minus having not a token. You know, it's crazy. Yeah, drawing card, dealing 1 damage. So I'm pretty sure Grixis stabilized to the point where Tireless Tribe is in trouble on the long term.
Yes.
He needs to find exactly what he needs, probably kind of the same line as in the first game, to get his combo done, or at least. And now, since the Mirror Enforcer is deployed, there's gonna be like this pressure, and he kind of needs to block every turn with his Quad and Hawk, meaning he's down 1 card in his hand every turn. There's this second Mirror Enforcer deploying, gets deployed by Lu, and now the timer is against Inside Out.
Yeah,
he has probably like 3 or 4 turns.
He has to sort of see how he gets out of the situation. The thing is, though, I think he's still more comfortable than game 1 because you have the 4 Hydroblasts in your board that can get rid of the KCS. That's just better than the 1 of Piracy Charm.
Yeah, true. But you also looked through basically like probably 20 to 30 cards of your deck and didn't find everything you need, which is kind of frustrating as well as a combo player, because your deck is designed to find it in like exactly that number. But we didn't, like, besides the duress, we haven't seen his hand, so we don't know how many pieces are missing.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just 1, and he is close to it. But yeah, I
mean, he would have to find Inside Out. He would have to find some sort of even Lawrence Escape, Hydroblast, something, and then you would still need to have enough cards to go up to 21. There's the Hydro.
Yeah. So that's the first step. We're probably gonna see an activation of the KCI, sacking the Eco Spring, drawing a card. Easy money.
The KCS, so sure on that one. Is there anything else he's gonna do? We resolve the trigger.
I mean, yeah.
So 1 damage on the stack, and then the Hydro after that. But the KCS will be dead beforehand. The question is, are they doing anything else? Like, Tribe would die in this point, so he's kind of forced to discard a card here, but I'm sure he has some plan for that. So he's making it bigger by 4. So that would mean...
What did he discard? 1 Squad and Hawk?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we kind of expected him to do, and I don't think Lou's gonna sack 4 more artifacts. That's just stupid. And he also tapped out of red. He's threatening the negate, though.
Yeah, I think that is important. But
he's sacking 1 more.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, put 1 more damage before the activation of the 4 toughness goes. Like, the sack is working like that, so he just needs to sack 1 more artifact to force another discard from pit to protect the Tireless Tribe. But if he has the full combo in hand, it doesn't really matter because he would have discarded it anyway at some point. So the Inside Out swaps it for the whole turn, so he's already basically like 9 power.
Yeah. The thing is, though, as soon as you start sacrificing anything beyond this first one, you're kind of committed, right? Like, he has put the 2nd damage on board now. So, well, I guess they... Or is that in response to the discard?
Yeah, no, he's doing it in response. So he always laying 1 point of damage again on the stack, so it would die if Pit is not discarding it.
Okay, so we are doing a lot of mental magic here.
4 times, if Pit forces him to do it 4 times, it would also get rid of the Mirror Enforcers, right? So he's stopping after 2, getting rid of his Weather the Storm hero token, and not killing the tribe.
But how did the tribe survive? I need clarification on what happened here.
No, it was only 2 activations. So the activation goes on the stack, the discard goes on the stack, putting 4 toughness on the tribe. Then the second activation goes on the stack, and he discards again. So the discard resolves first. So he has 5 toughness when the first KCS activation
I might
resolves.
have missed the second discard.
It was an Ash Barons.
Okay, so that is what I missed. Okay.
No,
yes.
it wouldn't have not made sense at all if Pit was not able to discard a second time.
Yeah, okay. Then
he could have just let it die in the first activation. Yeah, but we see the third Mirror Enforcer. That's kind
of
rough one. That's a rough one for our Tireless Stripe player.
So we kind of have to think about what's that? 8 damage plus another 8 if you are really unlucky.
Yeah.
With like 2 Gulf plus because
but he's gonna equip.
He's gonna equip.
Have like a 5/4 dealing 1 damage for each. So he's leaving 1 red up for maybe a Gulf plus.
Maybe.
So
also telling the last turn the negate was a bluff. Like he doesn't have it.
No, you can still have it.
I probably.
But maybe he drew the Gulf Blast now. You know, if you have like one or the other. But yeah, maybe it was just a fake negate.
Yeah.
All right, blocking the bigger one, taking 4, giving himself more time. So the next attack, if Lou wants to swing with every Mirror Enforcer, which would be not the smartest decision unless he has another blocker.
Or he has a
makes
Gulf
it
Blast.
a 2-turn clock, anyways.
Yeah.
You know.
So Pit can sort of gamble that there's one more turn after this one, but he has to go now or gamble hard that there is a second one.
I mean,
or disrupt or do something so he can secure the next turn.
It's really an uphill battle for Pit after turn 3, you know. After Lou found the red source.
Yeah, so he's putting down another Hawk, which kind of suggests to me he wants to still get to the next turn.
Yeah, but he has no more Hawks in his deck, so it's just like a 2-mana 1/1 blocker, which is not the best thing you can do with your mana in Pauper.
And he goes down a card, right? That's 4 damage.
You can now see he has like a white out, so it doesn't really matter. I think I saw the inside out, so he's maybe just missing the unblockable piece. So Ico Where Spring Death gets deployed. So maybe Pit is closer to winning the second game than we think, you know? Maybe it's just
I think he's been on the cusp of like going for a KO for a while now, yeah. I think from that position...
Otherwise he probably wouldn't have had protected his Tireless Tribe.
Yeah.
So you see Blood Fountain getting deployed, dealing 1 more damage. Oh, so maybe through the Black Mage's Rod? No, it should be 13, I think. Echo was Spring as well as Blood Fountain, dealing 1 damage to Pit.
He's rereading the card because he's considering that there is a KCS in
but there's not 4 mana for...
But we are way off,
I think that's...
Yeah. And I think at this point, I mean, if he...
Oh, you can also see the hand of Lou, right?
If we need to...
he hides it from us again. Maybe he hears us.
Oh, I think that's a bridge. And
good
2
thinking,
cards.
Good thinking.
I think that... Yeah, I don't know what those cards are. They might just be lands, honestly.
Yeah, does he have 2 lands?
I think he doesn't really have...
Oh my god. Oh. Tapping red would mean
he's
Blood Fountain. Then he's on lands right now. He's discarding a bridge, drawing.
I think we had, like, with the setup, we had previous iterations of this where we better could see cards of people, but...
so we need to tell them that they need to show us the cards. Like, they are responsible for our not perfect commentary.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one part we're missing is seeing what they can play to get our expertise fully
out there. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So attacking with 2, leaving 1 blocker up is the smart decision. I think he doesn't need to rush things. Pit probably just gonna block the bigger one as well, again, like last turn, and going to 9.
Is there a reason for not blocking here?
I mean, he could also block with the tribe, giving him his tribe, since he has the white out, it would be totally enough to sacrifice all his 4 lands after he deployed everything he needs to attack unblocked.
Yeah.
So he could just block 1 Mirror Enforcer, giving himself standing up, alright? Maybe having a small toilet break or whatever.
He might have a clarification question for one of the judges.
True.
Might be, and something he wants to ask without Lou directly being present.
Yeah.
So
who's our judge today?
I don't know if we have a call-in judge. I think Tim is on bird expedition, but still helping out if we have questions. And other than that, I think Aaron is our playing judge today.
Okay.
Aaron also, no wait, I think Clamo is the one who took a game against Max. So we have,
a 1-1.
If we look over at our bracket, we won't have the scores up here.
No, we can't change it now. It's yeah.
What are we discussing? Maybe we can see some couple of cards. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt this.
No worries.
Something about...
Ash is also available for call-in. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So we have multiple call-in judges and 1 playing judge. Not the perfect situation. So he discards the white out, protecting his Mirror Enforcer from the 4 damage, taking no damage through the attacks of Lou, giving himself potentially 1 more turn to find what he needs. I think that's a smart decision since the whiteout is fine. And now he's considering attacking, so he might have found the missing piece.
I mean, it's also...
And also Lou is tapped out. He only has like a blue-black mana open, which basically means he cannot play anything.
Yeah.
Like a Hydroblast, potentially, if he boarded it in against the Inside Out.
Yeah, I guess that's something you still have to think about. But that's the very last thing he could have. Also, you can kind of guess from here, he went down to 1 card, discarding a land, so that how many, whether those are live cards that he has in hand is questionable. So...
Also, for the next games, we need to send them some of our helpers to watch these sideboards from the players so that we know for sure what they sided in and out.
That could be something that we could ask
so
our
they
staff
since they don't need it, they can just write it to us. But I think it would be interesting to
Good thought. That was a Gelf Blast.
There was a Gelf Blast, but he doesn't have any red mana.
Yeah.
So it's just a dead card. And it's the only card he has in hand, right? Besides the land.
For now.
Maybe he played the land.
So that also means, 4/4/4. No, but that means there is guaranteed lethal next turn. Pit doesn't know it, but he's... Sorry. He's thinking he has...
No, it's not. With the Black Mage's Rod it is, true.
Black Mage's
and he
Rod
doesn't have
plus Gelf.
So he's not going for the tech, leaving 4 mana open. So he could possibly also counter the Red Blast with a Blue Blast.
That hurts, but you would have to, because
of course.
Else
I mean,
is lethal.
So
because you have to do
Pit
that,
is just
and then
not finding it. Tireless Tribe letting him down after this huge performance in the league.
Yeah.
Maybe
it's a tough matchup.
Extract Confessions. I've talked about it. Even in the main phase, you can't do shit about it as Tireless Tribe. So taking 1 damage, you don't need to pay the evidence cost, and Pit is forced to sacrifice his Tireless Tribe.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing.
There's no spell that interacts with it. It's not I guess that's the one. I was just thinking,
No, discarding it, giving it for Okay.
Gets toughness. That's the one spell you have.
But
this spell doesn't
probably
do anything.
One spell you wanted to have to protect your attack, right?
And also in general, it would be good just to have that, to have extra discards. But I guess he has a whiteout, and
now he can just block the 4/4 again. And I think he's fine with deploying cards from his hand, since he has 4 times 4 is 16. He just needs like 1 or 2 hand cards or a land drop to threat lethal.
Yeah, I must say this is smart on Lou's part. Like he's playing this really patiently. Like he theoretically has lethal, but that would not account for a Hydroblast or a Dispel in the hand of Pit. And knowing that there is a whiteout in the graveyard, like fully tapping out all creatures just means you probably can still lose the next turn.
It would make it just easier for your opponent to win, but you are not in a rush. You can attack with 2 Mirror Enforcers for days and force everything Pit has, like he did right now, just playing the Extract, the Confessions, chilling out, tapping 2 mana. Oh yeah, 4 up, 2 red, 2 blue. Whatever you want to do, whatever Lou wants to do, he can now do in Lou's turn. If it's drawing more cards, if it's having like threatening the Tireless tribe or countering whatever the combo pieces are. So just playing a land. So he has 1 card in hand, so we know that's the Garth Blast.
Yeah. So that's one more piece of injection.
So brainstorming in end of turn, that's pretty good. That's like the first time after like 3 or 4 turns that Pit is able to look for what he needs deeper than his just 1 draw for the turn.
Yeah, and he really wants those Hydros. He really wants like Inside Out is probably in hand, and
Inside Out is in hand. I think he needs the unblockable part. I think that's the one that's missing. And he found
there
his
it is.
tunnel. So now he's actually threatening lethal for the first time after this 3rd turn where he attacked for 1.
And he just
going
starts
for it
with that.
Inside Out.
But that's wait. How do you... Yeah, you need... Okay. So it has 1 toughness right now.
Right now it's 1 toughness, yeah.
Yeah, and that won't change because he has only flipped it.
Discarding.
And he needs to be able to still... No, why didn't you play that before your whole thing?
Why would you play it?
Because there is still the... Like, you discard the 1 card, so you don't have to think about what your opponent does. And we,
he has 1 blue up, he has like a blue blast. Or
he needs it. Yeah,
dispel,
there
right.
it is.
So
okay.
It's 1-1 in the feature match area. Pit did it in probably like his last turn, being able to still threaten the win against Grixis Affinity. And also we got news from the matchup between Caw Gates and
Red.
No.
Like pingers, right? Oh no, that was a little earlier. Like they
Aaron won the first game against his Spygate.
Okay.
And Mark won.
The Guards mirror went as long as the Spy versus Caw Gates. Yeah, I mean, like kind of like having played that on the Spy side, that can be quite a long
as I
matchup.
said before, Aaron and as well as what's his name? Sorry,
Sasha.
Sasha changed their decks. They need to read the cards first, you know.
Yeah. What am I doing here?
Playing a draft with a new set and with new magic cards. They have like books written on them. So yeah, tricky. But interesting game too. I was kind of not having much more hope for Tribe, even though Tribe has a bigger place in my heart than Grixis Affinity does. I'm really happy that they go the whole way playing 3 matches, and
Yeah, and I think what really like this matchup came down to is like having access to those Hydroblasts and knowing there's no Red Blast on the other side. Yeah. And then Lou, on the other hand, he probably is on, I assume he's on 4 duress, and only seeing 1 of that. Like that didn't help in this matchup.
Yeah, he got host from his deck, right? He drew at one point, he had like lots of lands, and didn't see the right side of his deck. You know, the Mirror Enforcers, you want to see, he deployed 3 of them. There was good pressure, but Pit played well around them, managed his life total exactly how he needed to being able to get in the win with not being in or with being in trouble for multiple turns. You know, I think he played it really well, considering his choices, and the brainstorm finally got him there. And only having found one Kraklan Shaman and only one Galvanic Blast this game really shows what kind of difference it can make playing these matchups. Sometimes you get lucky, as in the first game, finding 4 and just crushing on Tireless Trap. Second game, much more closer, and didn't find enough removal for the one Tireless Trap Pit deployed. And also he protected well. But waiting patiently to have all the pieces to squeeze it through. Yeah. And also, like, Whiteout is the most unfair card in Pit's deck. That's crazy. How this has no home in any deck but this one, and then just, like, crushes you.
Yeah, it's an insane card.
Without being cast.
Yeah.
That's, like, funny.
Yeah, like having card effects in Pauper. Yeah, because we don't have Stifle or anything that other formats have that you could sort of. Honestly,
downshift Stifle.
Kind of. Oh, it's not good. That's gonna make blue so fucking hard to beat.
Yeah, and also with like having bad fetches being stifled, it's the worst.
Yeah. So so you can't really interact with it on that point. What you can do, and I don't know, we haven't seen a spell bomb on the side of Lou.
I'm pretty sure he sided it out. I'm not quite sure if you go for the white out possible. I think you focus on removing the tribe more than like some kind of fringe case where this is the only win.
I think it's a better card in the matchup than Blood Fountain, honestly.
Blood Fountain is 1 mana 2 artifact. That's a ratio you can't like you that's the only way you can have 4 artifacts turn 2 is playing turn 1 Blood Fountain, which enables potentially 2 refurbished familiars.
But let's just say we had an Nihil Spellbomb instead of a Blood Fountain. We had that very pivotal counter spell, like Pit having the 1 out he has to the Edict that was sideboarded.
Yeah, but just imagine the second Gulf Blast would have done the deal, you know? Or second KCS. Sorry, I'm
sure, that would have helped in that situation, but Blood Fountain can get KCS in a long game back, but I think Blood Fountain is just a too slow card. Like, what it really does is it adds sacrifice fodder for 1 mana, which is great, but a spell bomb could also, in that case, both like get out, like it can in fringe cases counter a spell versus that deck, and it can prevent the whole whiteout. Like Pit has to manage their hand
main
way
phase
better.
As well, you know, because the discard thing and the getting it to hand is instant speed. So if you're in the combo turn already, it's just useless. You need to have the whiteout in the yard a turn before you attack, and then crack it in your turn to them, and then they can also sacrifice a land to get it back in their hand, and then you don't hit it. So it costs them a land potentially, but I think actually that's not worth it at all.
Okay, we'll see how Pit handles this and how Lou thinks to like win this game 3. They're both 1-1 now. This is our quarterfinals.
Both 7, right? They didn't mulligan.
Yeah, I saw no mulligans.
And Lou started with Tapland playing Ponder on Pit's side. Okay, sorry, I just caught up with the first turns.
Exactly. And we are here at the Lega Pauper Lipsia finals of our second season. We have our top 8 players here who've been playing for the last 8 months, like starting in June.
Yeah.
And these are our rank 1 combo player on the left-hand side, Pit.
True. Dominating the league through the whole season.
Yes. And Lou on the other side, a wild card, not having too much time to be present, but making a top 8, and that qualified him for our wild card qualifier, which he won.
Yeah, he's just like, you know, Pit was like, I'm gonna start off strong, stay strong, the whole season's mine, and Lou was more like the efficient kind of guy. All right, I'm not gonna come every day. Don't annoy me with Pauper. I have other things to do, you know. I have kids, I work, whatever, and only showing up when he wants to, playing Grixis, getting a trophy, saying, all right, then I play one more tournament to get in the top 8, no problem for me. Showing up there, easy 3-0, dressing his opponent right now, being able to get in the top. It was a Ponder, not a Brainstorm he cast.
Yes, and he's taking the Ponder with the
Duress.
Yeah. And that is a very different hand than...
Oh my god, we're seeing so much protection.
There's so many answers, though there's no further... Like, he took the one cantrip that can get him towards Inside Out. So now Pit is left top decking and no white source.
But already having, like, the hexproof protection indestructible thing against the KCS, and also having 2 answers for Galvanic Blasts.
It's looking much better.
He only needs...
Sorry?
He only needs Inside Out and unblockable, basically.
Yeah.
And then he's good to go. And oh no, he also needs the planes.
Yeah, that is like
Oopsie
just
doopsie.
top decking right now, not having a white source is maybe a problem.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a long one as well, I think.
It's not going to be a turn 2, 3 or so. And on the other side, we see a lot of lands.
3 lands, all the colors he needs, deploying a refurbished familiar, rough. But probably not that rough, because he's just going to discard one of his counter spells, I think. What did you see? Hydroblast, Circular Logic, as well as this spell, right?
That's an interesting question. Can you... Is Circular Logic working against... He's choosing to discard the Dispel, because wouldn't...
It has this restriction, you know?
Discarding the Circular Logic activate it?
Yeah, you can activate Madness Cost on any discard, yeah.
And that would have meant... That would have countered the refurb.
No, it's an ETB, not a cast.
Oh yeah, right. That's true. That's at that point it's already in play.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure he discarded the display over the Circular Logic, because Circular Logic is not really restricted on anything. But on the other side, he doesn't have a discard outlet, and not having the free mana to pay the full cost if he's not able to discard it makes it worse. Kind of a hard decision, but playing for the long game where he's actually able to have the discard outlet, and now thinking about what he needs to do, he probably drew something that's not really happening at all. Thinking about his turn 3, and both of them are really good at holding their hand into the camera without us being able to see what they've got. He found the third land. That's actually pretty nice. So he has the Circular Logic online, even though he has no discard outlet yet. On the other side, we see a forward cast, played for 1 mana, draw 2. Easiest money in his life on Grixis' side.
Yeah, and he has a lot of blue sources as well. So
yeah, why not?
We still don't know if he's playing Negate or not. We've seen Extracted Confession. We assume Duress from the sideboard, but we don't quite know what he boarded.
Yeah, we don't know. We only saw Extracted Confessions, right? And probably you are right with adding 2 more Duress. Oh, that's rough. Refurbished Familiar is, if like there's 2 of them, you already feel like that's such a stupid card. If there are 3 of them in the first 5 turns, you are basically losing the game. That's so dumb.
Yeah, because if you don't have, if you haven't played Hawks beforehand, the tribe deck doesn't really have a lot of card advantage, right?
No, it's only card selection, right? It basically never draws more than 1 card extra.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could do things here right now. You could do he's discarding the Lawrence. So he's valuing the Hydroblast that he definitely still has in hand more.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. You know, you're faced with a shitty decision anyways, but it's the card that is the least important right now, with having multiple ways in this deck to accomplish the same thing.
Yeah. And he's put under threat.
Yeah. draw to, like in this position, Grixis just thrives with being like, oh, you do nothing. Oh, then I do drawing 9 cards and playing 1 card and playing a land every turn, and then you're just overwhelmed by the value it's generating.
Yeah, and he has a KCS also. He just drew it.
His opponent discarded 3 cards in the first 5 turns, and he drew 6 cards extra. That's just insane.
Okay.
It seems like Clemens was able to finish.
Yeah, we have like an update on the other matches. It seems Clemo won against Max, so Caw Gates up against Red, which is out of the tournament at this point. We have no other red deck.
Yes.
Gardens has one right now. Like one match has finished, taking a break. Good for them. And Caw Gates won against by the first one.
What's midlight in English?
I'm also blanking on that right now.
I don't have any bad feelings for Garden players that get in mirrors. They deserve it. I think there's much better use of time than playing a mirror with some stupid deck like that. But if they enjoy it, they need to go through it, and if they don't enjoy it, they even more need to go through it. So they come with other decks next time.
That's podcast number 3.
Yeah, it's like the same. Like in the first game, he had like 4 Gulf Blasts that made the matchup unplayable basically for Pit, and now having, he's just like 12 to 15 cards up his opponent, having 3 forecasts and letting him discard 3 cards. That's just, I think Pit is super screwed.
Yeah,
actually.
Also,
he's already at 10 life, just getting pounded by familiars. 6 life now.
This is really looking rough. This is like he has to do something here, but like Grixis has like
he's dead.
Big. Yeah, there's so many resources on the other side. So many resources on Grixis.
Yeah. If it wouldn't be a final, I probably see the concession from the Tri player.
Yeah,
because he still needs 2 turns. You know, it's not like he has a chance in the next turn. No, he needs to find the white source untapped, which is hard in his deck. He's playing like two planes for Ash Barons for Escape Tunnel. So he plays basically 8 white tapped sources and 2 untapped white sources. Needs to deploy his tribe protected for 1 turn and then attack with everything he needed basically last game, where he also took like 20 turns to find it.
Yeah,
I'm over exaggerating, but you know what I mean. Just drawing, not even playing anything, discarding a whiteout. It's looking rough, and there's the Reckoner's Bargain, sacrificing a land just because he can, drawing more cards.
He played so
crazy.
Well. Like it's been like so much time. He's doing so well with the league, like rank 1, and now he's just not getting the cards he needs. Like he had a so good starting hand, but he's missing the white source.
Yeah, it's over. Call the GG. Go home. Shit.
It's really not what you want to see.
But I mean, that's basically the difference between having such a mid-range value deck like Grixis. He's countering the Mu Enforcer. That's like really he just wanted to show us that it's foil. Now drawing the planes, the untapped planes,
it's there.
But he discarded the Tri-Blast turn.
There's nothing you can do here.
I
mean, he really can't give an haste. Like
there's no way.
He's probably looking.
Oh, he has another backup tribe, but doesn't have haste enablers.
Yeah.
What is he supposed to do? He's not able to gain any life.
I think he's just contemplating how he's going out here and how this happened.
Yeah, I know.
That's so unfortunate.
It is really, but it's what I wanted to say earlier. That's like the main difference between playing like a combo deck. Tireless Tribe threats the kill on turn 2. Grixis threats nothing on turn 2. But if the game accelerates to a long turn.
Okay, he's trying to stay in here.
But it's 3 I mean, or you
What
just
what
want to. It's a
exactly?
cantrip. You know, you draw the
Yeah.
card for inside out, and if
Yeah,
you wanted
there
to
it
see one more
is.
card, there is the GG's is called Pit.
Eliminated from
Eliminated
our
round one
tournament
from our
here.
tournament. But that's the other side of being able to kill turn 2 is breaking until turn 10 with a combo deck. You know, that's just how it goes. If you don't have too many cards and card selection in your deck, and combo decks usually never do because they need to find their combo and it's really tight. And
Yeah.
Griggs is just like, I have like 4 threads and the rest is something of that and something of that, and I have like 12 draw spells. Yeah, and then it goes like that, and
It's a
Lou
rough
has
matchup,
everything.
probably, right?
I think it's rough. It's in the top 8 for Pitt. I think
Yeah.
he also told me before that Spy sucks because they have also like lots of blockers, and they're usually kind of earlier, and you can't do shit besides having one circular logic.
Spy is also the deck he would have not been prepared.
Yeah,
like you can
I
see
think
that
so.
from the sideboard.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there that interacts with that in any meaningful way.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I think I mean, yeah, but I think Grixis might have been worse actually. I mean, you at least have 4 Hydroblast in your sideboard, but overall, it's just tricky. So
Okay.
how is our
Bracket
plan?
doing?
Yeah, how is our bracket doing? Is there anybody still playing?
See what we have here. So we have locked in because 2 matches have already finished. We have Clemens who took down Max. So we have Caw Gates against Grixis Affinity coming up, and then we have our Guardians match.
GGs in the chat.
Yeah, GG's. Then we have Mark and Marcel still like battling out the Gardens mirrors. Somebody
probably for
has
another
to
hour. But
yeah,
maybe that can be our what is it called? Backup match.
We will see. Yeah, I think both other matches are still in game 2. So if there is a draw developing, we can maybe go over. I would like to know maybe if we can get Pitt in here, because I think it would be really interesting to pick his brain how he thinks the match went. And I think we're gonna take maybe a short break here.
Yeah, definitely. I want to take a break as well.
Let's do that.
So yeah, enjoy looking at the Gardens mirror, even though it's just written down. And yeah, we take a break. You can take a break as well. See you in a minute.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Don't go anywhere. Okay, and we are back with Pit. Hey,
Hello.
you don't have to turn that on. Yes, it's like hot already. Because we are after your game one, and sadly also the one you have to leave us now already. Eliminated. We watched the match. How do you see Grixis generally as a matchup? Because we felt it was hard.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest after Fairies and Demir Terror.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were not present today.
Yeah.
So would you say like we had Gardens, Caw Gates, there was a Burn and Spy? Are those matchups you would rather have seen?
The problem would be Caw Gates because Aaron had 4 standard barrels.
Oh yeah,
like
the standard barrels.
That's
Yeah,
hard for me.
that is super annoying.
Because I have only Piracy Charm and Lawrence Escape.
Yes.
For that, yeah.
Yeah. So you can give it like hexproof, so you can't target it anymore, right?
But if you have 2 in play, that's over.
Then you need the Piracy Charm,
Yeah.
and I guess you have 3 cards against 4 sideboard pieces. So at some point it's just a lock.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That would be hard. Yeah. So Grixis also.
And Lava Dart from Max is also a problem.
Yeah.
That's why I had this leather armor. In my deck.
That was really nice tech.
Yeah.
Maybe let's talk about that, because I mean it came up game 1, though it didn't like help you secure the win, unfortunately.
A bit, because he had these shaman in play.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do that for 1.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
He need 2 cards.
And at that point, like he got a counter on it with a map token, so you were kind of facing each other. And so game 1, did you expect did you say, like you knew both your deck list, of course, and your opponent's deck list.
Yeah.
Like when sitting down there, do you think game 1, okay, this is like a 50-50, or how are you looking at that?
The game 1?
Yeah.
It's not 50-50. It's maybe a winning chance from 10%.
Oh, that bad?
Yeah, because the shaman is so bad for me.
Yeah.
And these familiar are bad because I have to discard, and I need card to discard for my tribe.
But you did add even the Piracy Charm main to sort of like, that is a silver bullet for KCS also,
and
right?
For these crypt rats.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also a problem. But they cost 3 mana. That's not a big problem like the shaman,
Yeah. So, but like that game 1, you had some silver bullets, but generally you would say it was very unfavored, like going into Grixis. And then game 2, however, like looking at the sideboards, it really looked like it's gonna get a lot better for you.
Yeah.
Because you had the Hydros and they didn't have any Red Blasts.
Yeah, that was good for me.
Yeah, so you knew exactly from that point on anything, like you play the counter game and they won't.
He has negate.
True.
But that's not a problem.
Yeah.
And he had this sacrifice.
The Extracted Confession, that came up once, which you knew exactly what you had to do there.
Yeah.
Like, because we were scrapping for a moment, I was like, can you even counter it? But of course, Circular Logic can. And he seemed to have, I don't know, he probably cited out the spell bombs?
Yeah, he did. But I didn't know that at that moment. So I was afraid that because I was asking Phil like how much it cost, and
Ah, okay, I see. Yeah,
but this was luckily for me.
Yeah. And from there on, let me look at the deck list if I have any more questions around that. I think like 2 Duress main is already pretty bad for you, right?
Yeah, it was like, I guess in the 3rd game, that was very good that he took my Ponder and not the inside out card.
Yeah.
It was very clever from Anton.
Yeah. He basically saw, okay, you have a lot of interaction, you have 2 islands, but you don't have a white source, and that's like the only cantrip. So I think that was the correct,
of course,
definitely the correct take for them there.
But I made a mistake maybe because he was playing the 2nd familiar, I guess.
Yeah.
And I had to counter that. That was maybe a small mistake. Because I had like 2 or 3 Circular Logic in my hand.
And you had the mana up, the 3 mana to pay there.
Yeah, but I keep them on my hand to protect my tribe in the combo turn,
Yeah. But I think that like that game 3 was really a game where you saw a different Grixis than we saw the first 2 before, because it just had the turbo familiar start. Like it's just that is a card that is very annoying for you because you
Yeah.
wanna keep you need to keep your cards on hand, and
Yeah.
you don't have a lot of card advantage, right?
No, only with a whiteout.
Hmm.
And I have 3 that's new in my deck. I have 3 of them in my deck.
So you really prepared to grind today?
Yeah, because I know that all these players, they play mid-range or control decks, most of them.
Hmm.
So I need 3 of them, yeah.
Okay. Was there anything else? Like, I mean, you've been playing this deck for forever.
2021.
2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 5
Is
years.
Is that also when you started with Pauper, or?
No, I played before a Pestilence. Also Pestilence.
Ah.
Because I like these old border cards and
Yeah,
I like these
yeah.
old German Pestilence, der schwarze Tod.
Ah, nice.
But I'm not a control player.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, it's like I just watched the video like yesterday because Pestilence in general is an okay-ish deck right now.
Yeah.
I think usually you play Golgari, but
Yeah.
you could play like I saw some tech with the there's I think a 2-mana white guy that gets a like an artifact with cost 1 or so from your graveyard back, and you can loop that with Blood Fountain and such. Leonin Squire, I think.
I don't know
I'm
that
not
card.
fully certain if that's the correct one. But yeah, so maybe, I mean, I assume you're gonna keep playing Tribe
Yeah, of
even
course.
after a setback like this, right?
Hey, for the people there in the Twitch stream, I have it. I'm the admin of the Tireless Tribe Discord, and we are now over 90 people. So join us to help me with my sideboard choices.
Yeah, maybe we can, like, after the interview, get that in chat so you have the invite. Maybe we can do that. I can. And other than that, I see we have the match ready. So, Pit, I want to thank you very much for your time. Congratulations still to making like top 8. This is a huge performance. You went rank 1. You technically have our buy for the Paupergeddon like next month. I don't know if you're gonna make it.
No, sadly not.
No, sadly not. Okay.
It's my birthday and I want to do something else.
Priorities.
Yes.
There's not only magic in our lives. That's fine. That's very admirable. And with that, I'm gonna get our caster back into the booth, and we're gonna take a look at the next game. Lucas, welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, we have on stream Spy Combo against Caw Gates, game 3. For anybody who's interested in the mirror, it's still game 2. And yeah, so that's not decided as well as this one. So we see resolving them the mulligans, and I'm very excited to see if Caw Gates makes it to the top 4. The second copy of the Caw Gates makes it to top 4, or is Sasha's number on his newly picked up Spy Combo. Yeah.
Okay, so
Sasha takes a mulligan.
Yes.
And it seems like Aaron is keeping his 7. Sorry, yeah. Alright, yeah. But we can look at the lists of them because I already saw that Mesmeric Fiend is boarded in. So Aaron has in his sideboard 4 Standard Bearer, 4 Blue Elemental Blast, 1 Dispel, 4 Dust to Dust, and 2 Arms of Adar. Pretty much nothing that helps him against Spy, if I see that correctly. And our Spy player has at least Mesmeric Fiends.
Yes.
Mesmeric Fiend, Fairy Macabre, Masked Vandal, Healer of the Glade, Weathered Storm, Cast Down, Flaring Pain, Haunted Misery, Jack-o'-lantern, and Swamp.
Yeah, so having played that matchup, like he has a different board than I used to. Like I used to play Spy when we started the league a lot. Haunting Misery is a sideboard tech that kind of works around Graveyard Hate. Because usually, like, once Spy trigger resolves, you are the one that has priority first. And as part of the cost of Haunting Misery, you exile basically all creatures out of your graveyard, and that means from there on, the graveyard can be exiled with a spell bomb, with a Fraven Charm, which would be relevant in this matchup, and the damage is on the stack. Like it exiles creature cards from your graveyard and then deals that damage to the opponent. For that to be castable, you need the extra swamp because it costs 2 black mana, and you might also side in the Jack-o'-lantern, which is just a thing. If you mill over your deck, you can filter a mana to, for example, black mana.
And do you take in the Fairy Macabre to get rid of possible prismatic strands? Or cats?
I would probably do that, yes.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know if he went full on for the Haunting Misery plan. He, for some reason, might chose not to if he just thinks like the Mesmeric Fiends are good enough to get through Fraven Charms itself. Sort of playing through that. And the Flaring Pain, however, is a must because Caw Gates plays Prismatic Strands, right? Yeah. So that prevents damage from a color for the turn. The Lothlith Giant is black, so you prevent black, and then there's no damage being dealt from the combo deck.
And do you also like get in the cast downs to have like spot removal, or is that not really what you're trying to accomplish?
I don't think you necessarily. I don't think you want to thin out your deck as much, or like your good cards, your creatures as much. And I think other cards have more priority over cast down. I think cast down is more for when you really have to play mid range. And in this game, I think you will mostly lose the mid range if you don't present combo potential all the time.
But since they're playing for 2 hours, 2 games, it seems like they're stuck in the mid-range plan of
the
decks.
Stuck in mid-range.
And also I wanted to ask you, since you've played it a lot, how viable is the big threat plan of the spy deck? Seeing one Troll of Khazad-dûm, maybe beating down with the Sago Wildlings that fly, or the Generous Ents, if you are able to hardcast them or dread return them early.
I mean, something like End stalls the board, so that you also can deal with like the flying creatures that Caw Gates has, like the Hawks, the Modern Aegis. I think I see one in hand, so it's not boarded out in this matchup.
So we see a Gate, Brainstorm, Fraven Charm, Modern Age, Lorien Revealed, and 2 white cards and the blue cards, and the blue card in Aaron's hand. And I've not really spotted what Sasha has in hand, besides another overgrown Battlement and a Sago Wildling, I think. Oh no, he just casted Rootseek, right? Maybe I missed that.
Yeah.
In the Winding Way, he has definitely a Winding Way, so he has some of his card advantage in his hand as well. And we're seeing after Brainstorm that, still resolving the Brainstorm on our side. That's why he had so many hand cards. Cards in hand. Yeah.
So we are still resolving this, deciding what cards go on top.
Yeah.
Taking a lot of time because Spy can potentially threaten lethal very fast.
True.
If he has a way to get out, like he's already on 4 mana. If he can play like a wall to get out another land, and then maybe tap for more. He's probably not threatening lethal next turn.
No, I don't think so.
Even with the Lotus Petal and such, but
he's
definitely playing three Lotus Petals. Yes.
Oh yeah, he is. Sorry. Yeah, he's on the 4-land spy list with 3 Lotus Petals. Yeah, right. So he has 2 already in play. But I'm not quite sure how many ways he has currently in hand to get the other lands out of his library. And also, I wanted to ask you, Aaron did start the game. That's always an advantage against Spy, I think. But since Caw Gates is a fairly slow deck, how much of a difference do you think it makes? And we've seen on Aaron's side, he cleared out the Brainstorm with a Lorien Revealed and goes now for Squadron Hawk, thinning his library, filling up his hand again, and with a Basilisk Gate in play already, maybe even starting to thread some damage in the air.
Yeah, and the only creatures on the other end, like on Sasha's board, would be Wildlings or Generous End that can answer that. Like everything else is grounded and doesn't really interact with the Squadron Hawks. You asked whether the difference, like how big the difference is for being on the play or on the draw here for Spy, and I think generally as a combo deck that has the potential, especially in this build, to go fast, you want to start usually, and especially against counterspell decks, decks that have slow tap lands and such, it's always beneficial for them to be able to play their lands before you.
Okay, so we see the land cycling for Swamp of the Troll of Khazad-dûm, and he just drew the Roost-Seek / Sagu Wildling again, so he's actually able to get all of his lands into his hands / on the table to thread the Balustrade Spy combination next turn, since he has the Lead the Stampede in his hand and maybe a Winding Way to try to find the Spy and like playing the Lead Stampede now. So let me think. He doesn't have the 4 mana right now. Looking 5 cards
this
deep.
Is still a setup turn, but we see the Haunting Misery, so he has boarded that.
Spy.
So that sort of tells me either he has just a Swamp in deck, or he has a Swamp and a Forest in deck.
True. Yeah, you mentioned earlier that he might have boarded in the Swamp, so he needs one more piece to find that. Yeah,
because I guess we haven't mentioned this. The Balustrade, like the Spy combo part, is you have a creature that puts cards into graveyard until you hit a land out of a deck, and if you have no lands in play because you constructed your deck that way, you can just put your whole deck into the graveyard and then have like a flashback spell that works with sacrificing creatures instead of paying mana, and then reanimate a creature that deals damage for each creature you have in graveyard.
Yes, the so-called Bloodleft Giant. I'm very familiar with that part of the Spy deck combo, since I'm main decking Dredge.
Which you won our last season with, right?
True. Sadly wasn't accomplishing that this season. Okay, so we just got information that our mirror match is finished with Mark getting the 2-0 against Marcel. So the first semifinalist of our second semifinal is already set in stone. It's Mark with Gardens.
Yeah.
And
so we knew that already. The winner of this match is gonna face Gardens in the next one.
True. Smart thinking.
Yeah, I think Caw Gates versus Gardens is gonna be a very slow match. Spy versus Gardens is also probably gonna be a slow match because Spy is not gonna combo a lot. I would have to look at the deck.
Is it like that just because you don't have the 3 creatures or what?
It's difficult because it's hard to stay on a creature count so you can actually combo. The thing is though, I think our winner of the mirror is just playing 2 spell bombs. So that is something you can actually force through. Mark, however, was better prepared just by the deck list for the mirror, so it doesn't quite surprise me that on maybe equal skill levels he won the match.
How would you say he prepared better?
He has Troublemaker Oof in main, and he has 2 inside, so he just has more. He has Witches, which just can remove small stuff that like pop Crypt Rats and stuff, but that is another match, right? So we have still here Spy versus Caw Gates.
True that.
But we can take a moment later maybe to
and we just saw the best card advantage tech Caw Gates can offer with playing Brainstorm, putting back 2 Squadron Hawks, playing a Squadron Hawk, drawing 2 Squadron Hawks, basically drawing you 3 new cards. Having more than 7 cards in hand, going to end step, discarding Prismatic Strands already. So not only does Sasha need to find this combo, he has Flaring Pain in his deck, so it might not be too troublesome to get around one prismatic strands, and he leads his turn on a winding way. We see Gatekeeper Wine, which is the last missing piece for getting all of his lands out of the yard, out of his stack. So, but he still doesn't find
Does he have
a Balustrade Spy
in hand?
No, he does not have a spy in hand. No, it's all green hands.
Yeah.
It's like another Winding Way, Roostseek, Elves of the Deep Shadow, Curin Ranger, I think a Zaruli Caretaker, and a Gatekeeper Vine, Gatecreeper Vine.
Still, I think like for Sasha, this position is pretty good. I mean, pretty good. It's very good. On the other hand side, like Aaron, the prismatic strands will, if he bought it correctly, not matter. Though on Aaron's side, like if he had any better card to board out strands or so, he would probably do that, because as soon as you see he will board in Flaring Plane, that card kind of shuts off, because it just prevents it for the turn. So no matter if that beforehand or afterwards, like you try to prevent damage, that just stays active, right?
Yeah.
But looking, because now I've took the time to look at Aaron's sideboard, there's really, I don't think maybe he didn't board at all.
Yeah, I could imagine that.
Yeah. Like arms, he has 2 Arms of Hadar that are maybe an option for clearing small stuff, but it's not good.
I doubt that it's his plan.
Yeah, but I mean, you can try to put down, yes, that one Palace Sentinel's main board that he can put down to sort of, I don't know, stay ahead of Spy. And other than that, there's like, he has 2 Thraben Charm, 4 Counterspell, and then from there on he just tries to get more life than like Sasha can deal, I guess.
Yeah. And since you mentioned the Haunting Misery, can you cast it from your graveyard, or do you need it in hand?
You need it in hand.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So since Aaron already has Thraben Charm in hand, he can threaten anytime soon where he's thinking that the Balustrade is coming down, Balustrade Spy is coming down. It's going to be a little rough for Sasha to assemble all the pieces he needs to actually go for the win through the combo. So he deployed the Generous End to just have a 5/7 that can block annoying Squadron Hawk pings, as well as maybe just start attacking and getting down the life total of the Caw Gates player.
Exactly. Similar maybe to how Dredge plays. At some point you have just those games where you can't combo and you start attacking. Don't you do that?
I mean, I
think you did that versus me before.
The instant answer. Yeah, for sure. Especially when you had the Exhume lists going for Dredge. That was definitely a plan you could have. I don't think you do it much of right now. But I mean, there are these matches where you just need to do it. I think the more common way is to have like Molten Gatekeepers laying around and just like start playing creatures and pinging people, more than attacking with a Generous End, since it doesn't have any evasion or trample effect, so it doesn't really help you against 1/1s or a lot of creatures that can be deployed by the opponent.
And here we see he went down on 5 lands, which honestly in this matchup is probably the right call.
Yeah, went up.
Because I mean, you can like not race, I guess, Caw Gates in the sense of like you can go really fast, so fast that they can't really respond to that. But honestly, any sort of permission deck, any counterspell, blue decks or so, you try or like you like the extra land.
Yeah, but I mean, Winding Way is his only option. He needs to find the Spy to at least threaten his combo. He has all the lands out of his library, but double blue is up for the Caw Gates player, so he probably does have a counterspell. There he finds the Spy, and as well as in the Mesmeric Fiend. So the classic 2-mana draw 4, since there's a Wall of Roots and a Gatecreeper Wine as well.
And he has...
Oh no, it's the Overgrown Battlement, right? No, it's
Wait, so let's see
Discard?
mana. He activated. Does he have? No, he has.
He
has
of
Deep
mana.
Elves, and he hasn't used the Kyrian Ranger yet. So
Yeah,
I think he
yeah.
has like
So
3 black mana.
True.
And his battlements tap for 4.
Yeah, so 8.
So that's
11.
That should be enough mana to do it. To just go Mass Fiend, check your hand. You probably have to counterspell.
He's playing the Wall of Roots first, since it's just like a 1 mana creature. And now going for the Mass Fiend probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that's a tough decision for Aaron. Does he want to counter it because it counterspell gets taken away anyway? Oh, he's Dispel as well as counterspell. Frame Charm, Squadron Hawk, and Modern Age.
I think this match is gonna be over in a second. Because he has also no white mana up.
Yeah.
So...
But no. Since you take the counterspell, this spell can counter the Flaring Pain, and then he can Prismatic Strands with the Squadron Hawk. So there is no win this turn for Sasha Summer, no matter what he takes.
Unless he has a Flaring Pain in hand, I guess. And then he needs to...
Yeah, but we don't know that that's not the case.
Yeah.
We just saw his full hand. His full grip. So the game goes on. They write down the cards. Sasha writes down the cards. Aaron has in hand, and takes the dispel to make sure he needs to pay at least 2 mana to counter anything, and is not able to keep up just 1 when he passes the turn. The most mana efficient way to play right now, but also seeing that he's in kind of trouble. He needs to find at least 1 more Mesmeric Fiend or draw the Flaring Pain, I guess. Yeah. And he doesn't really have attacks. He's not threatening Aaron as well. So tricky.
Yeah, he's still sort of locked in this board state. I wonder if Aaron would be considering like next turn, because it doesn't look like Sasha's ending the game here, considering taking back the Dispel with the Frame Charm, like hitting the Mass Fiend, if that's a thing. Because I don't know if, like, we don't know how game 2 went, like who went, I think Spy took game 2. I think Aaron won game 1, and Sasha took game 2, and I don't know if Haunting Misery came up in that game.
I'm not quite sure.
But if he knows that's a thing, like Frame Charm, the graveyard is just not a great play.
Yeah.
Just it attacks us mana.
Probably true, yeah. And also, I mean, he's only on 5 lands, he doesn't have any in hand, so I feel like Caw Gates is a deck that just wants to hit their land drops every turn. You cannot have enough mana with this deck, since you're playing the gates and everything. But he does draw the Journey of Nowhere to at least get rid of the end and chip down more with his Hawks. That's kind of nice, because that's the only pressure he deploys right now, besides being able to not make Sasha pull out his combo and win on the spot. But not hitting lands is
that's brutal.
Super annoying.
Yeah.
Because if you would have 7 lands, you could just buff your Squadron Hawk for 2 to 3 more damage each turn, and then you actually have a clock. But only having 2 Squadron Hawks attacking for 2 damage each turn is kind of like meh, especially since the Generous End is there now to block. Yeah, so it's kind of a both like. Yeah,
both players not happy. We can see why this game took so long.
yeah, probably. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say as well. Yeah, we get a glimpse of probably what game 2 and somewhat game 1 looked like, besides some cards. But we see Sasha pulling out his gun, pointing at Aaron like in a imaginative way, and Aaron right now kind of dodging the bullets, you know. But not really being able to find his gun to be able to apply a certain amount of pressure to Sasha, because Sasha can like draw 10 more cards. There will be a Winding Way. There will be whatever to find his missing pieces, I guess.
Does he has white up, so he sort of could take the dispel.
Yeah,
but
he just
he has a
played
counter
Modern
spell.
Age.
He also chose to keep the journey in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, because
aside,
he's
he wants to hold up mana, of course.
yeah,
but
and
also,
he's restricted on white right now.
I think one creature you're really scared of right now is Troll, because that's just because.
But there's only one troll of Khazad-dûm in Sasha's list, and since it's open deck list, Aaron probably knows that, and it got already cycled for a swamp, so that's not a real threat. Attacking with the Generous and applying 5 damage to Aaron is what Sasha does right now, and he also cracked a clue in the end step to get 3 life back. So it's basically like 1.5 turns of attacking with 2 Squadron Hawks negated there. And since he has all the mana he needs, it's really just like take your time. Deploying the Zaga Whiteling, also nice, 3 damage in the air. So he's basically on a 2-turn clock against Aaron right now.
I mean, there is the strands. I think for combat, that is it's most likely gonna use for combat stuff other than the combo itself. I think, if you know that Flaring Pain is on deck.
Yeah, but he also threats like the instant speed, Fraven Charm, Mesmeric Fiend, Dispel. That, I mean, doesn't really do anything right now.
He discards the land.
That's crazy.
That is
I think that's crazy.
That's a curious. He keeps a Brainstorm, so he probably
he wants to find a gate, probably.
Does he Brainstorm for a land? I mean, he lays it out.
If he plays a Brainstorm right now, he has no way to clear it. Oh no, he does. He has a Squadron Hawk. You can fail to find with that, I think.
2 mana. Does he deploy the journey? Yeah, he's thinking about it. Because the end is a problem. It's also still the only out to a troll if that comes down, but at this point you probably have to do something. He's though considering first looking at the next cards. Yes.
What do we have? Like Idyllic Beachfront, Modern Age, and a gate. I mean, and a gate and not negate. Yeah, so he's keeping the gate, putting 2 back, doesn't want to have 1 more Modern Age. And probably, I mean, does he play the Squadron Hawk, or is he just fine with playing lands the next turn? Yeah, getting down the journey, getting the end.
Yeah. But that's versus this deck that runs enchantment removal in main and probably hasn't boarded it out. Journey is just not gone forever also.
That's a winding way, I think.
Which we are going to cast.
True. And there's no reason not to. It's the only thing that the deck does at one point. Getting Dredge Return in the graveyard. So has now access to basically every creature in his yard if he wants to redeploy, for example, the troll, what you mentioned earlier. Which is probably the best play he has right now.
He knows Aaron has a Fraven Charm in hand. And I think on Aaron's side, we were considering using the Fraven Charm to get back the Dispel, but you could also think about, is there any chance I hit 2 of the reanimation spells? There's 1. If he passes if Sasha does anything other than flashbacking Dread Return right now, there's an opportunity to exile the graveyard. He goes to combat, that's also priority.
Also with the Quirion Ranger, that's interesting. Just offering the trade, but Aaron wants to keep his Squadron Hawks. Yeah, true. The Frame Charm is definitely a thing that needs to be considered by Sasha if he wants to Dread Return basically early. Playing another Gatekeeper Vine, doesn't want to shuffle, I guess. Do you need to shuffle? Is it a May ability? Do you know?
I think you may look for a land.
Okay. Yeah, so he's trying to cast a Dread Return on the 12th Khazad-dûm. So now we see if our predictions are right, and we once more were able to see in the future.
So we are using.
Or did he just sort? Oh yeah, he's thinking about what to sack. And yeah, casting, dread return, targeting Troll of Khazad-dûm, and now Aaron needs to think. He has multiple options. He can just counterspell the dread return as well, since he still has that in hand. And I'm not quite sure. I mean, there's also the possibility with one dread return gone and exiling the graveyard, if there are like 10 or plus creatures in the yard from the spy combo, you limit their damage through the combo immensely. And since you have a lot of life gain in your deck as well, you can easily get above 35, 40 life. And I think the sweet spot is 35 or something. And if you're there, you're probably sitting very comfortable, not needing to do anything about the Battlestrade Spy combo piece because it won't kill you.
That's true. That's generally very true in this case. We're just adding more mana to the board.
Yeah. It's very important at this stage of the game. And we see he has the Haunting Misery in hand, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's sitting on that for a while now.
Okay. I haven't seen that before. And he just gets another blocker and flyer and...
It's a bit better board, but still, like, probably at this point of the game, not as much lands as you want. No lifelink creatures, really what is the
but
big
he draws the
thing
land he brainstormed with if he deploys the Modern Age. So he has his land drop for the turn definitely ready.
That's nice,
Aaron, that is. Yeah.
But I think what you can really see here is like 11 life. Like we talked about, okay, maybe you can get to a life total and then prevent the combo plan by exiling the one that is maybe hitting the graveyard through another winding way or something.
Yeah, but he can also now use the Fraven Charm to just get rid of the troll because he has 3 creatures on board.
That is a valid play, yeah. That's probably what he has to do.
I'm pretty sure he does want to do that as well. Just playing another Squadron Hawk, shuffling his library. And keeping 2 mana up for either Counterspell or Fraven Charm, as well as the Strands in his yard. And I think that could also just be a play, forcing the attack and Strands maybe? He could also just like get rid of the... can't really imagine what's the problem if the attackers Sasha has are that much of a problem to Aaron. He could also just double block the Zagu Wildling, Strands on green, Fraven Charm, Troll of Khazad-dûm and get rid of both threats he has right now.
Yeah. But I think at that point you're playing so hard to like stabilize the board that gives a very big window to Sasha to like. I think Aaron is maybe still afraid of overcommitting. Like he's holding a lot of cards.
Oh, and he drew the Dread Return.
That's awkward.
That's a little awkward, but maybe really nice. Because if the troll gets removed right now, he can just hardcast Dread Return, get the troll back, and has the pressure applied once again. And Aaron is only able to either either kill the troll or counterspell one of the spells that is coming his way. He can't do both. So it's actually really nice to have double reanimate right now available to him.
I think he's considering exactly what you were saying here, like Aaron is on the blocking side. But he chooses to not do anything
about troll
directly.
Yeah, maybe he's also not too... I mean, it might not hurt to lose either the Modern Age or one Squadron Hawk and just Strands on black.
Yeah, that's probably what he has to do because it's getting to a dangerous life total. The thing is...
Yeah, he's stranding, flashing back Strands.
If he knows there's misery in this game... haunting misery.
He probably does.
So that would mean if you go to like 5 life, that means 5 creatures in graveyard can be just lethal if you can't counterspell it. That's just...
But he does have counterspell up still.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, Sasha keeps poking at him.
But yeah, the Saga Wildling should be dead, right? Okay, now they corrected it. Yeah, and he's stranded on black therefore. Still having 3 creatures on board that are able to block the troll for 1 turn as well. And I think what he really is missing is some card selection, card advantage. As well as some lifelink creature.
That's the big one. The lifelink creatures that are missing. Like that's why he's losing the board so hard. Like the whole mid-range matchup they have here when the combo doesn't get to be deployed. Like not having the life gain each turn because he has a gate. Like he can attack for I don't know 4 at least. So that would
probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gates. Yes. 5 gates right now.
He has a Basilisk, right?
Yeah, the Basilisk one is here.
Okay,
He has a Basilisk and 4 gates.
Yeah.
So Frame Charming the Troll.
He kind of has to. He's down on 2 cards.
Why does he also play the Strands then? I don't get it. Is Haunting Misery an instant speed spell?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's a sorcery.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also not sure why.
But then
doing
you can't
it that
play
way.
it with the ETB on the stack of Balustrade Spy, right?
No, you're not. No, you let the ability of Balustrade Spy resolve.
Yeah.
It's your turn. You're gonna get priority first.
Okay.
And as part of the cost of the spell, you exile the cards, and then it's like irrelevant if the graveyard is exiled.
So he buffs one of the Squadron Hawks to apply pressure.
Yeah.
Attacks with 2 of them. I mean, it would be really nice to have a creature count in Sasha's deck graveyard, so we know how much he threatens. Oh, the second Haunting Misery, that could be it. But he does have a counterspell mana up, and we don't know how he's got one.
Yeah.
So.
And that's a lot of like you need 5 black mana for Spy Misery. Also.
But he has like 1, 2, 3, and 4 already. So he's missing 1.
Yeah. But yeah,
and I mean, couldn't you just like no.
It's really close,
because
I
you're
think.
exiling out of your graveyard.
Yeah.
But then you could just cast Balustrade Spy next turn, hoping he doesn't have anything. I mean, you need to force it at some point because all his threats are gone. He's getting smacked for like 7 damage turn, which is also a 2-turn clock. If he finds a second Basilisk Gate next turn, it's over.
Yeah. It's starting to look really rough for Sasha because.
So he might be the ends are exiled. So he's pinging himself for 1 and playing.
Considering Haunting Misery.
No, it's
a dread return.
Probably on the Saga Wildling, I could imagine. Oh no, he's another end. Yeah, okay, that's much better.
So I think this is sort of this is to stabilize in general. It deals with the Hawks. It is also sort of bait, I think. Also, that is.
I mean, it's a play with no downsides, I'd say. If it gets countered, it gets rid of a counterspell, and if it resolves, he has just like more time against the Hawks. But okay, checking for 1 with the Quirion. Not leaving damage behind, very important in these tight games where both people play tight. And what did he draw? He's drawing 2/1 Journey. That's perfect.
Journey is rough.
What's the other card he drew? Is it a gate?
I think we have.
Was a white card?
The first one I'm not quite sure. It might be a gate. Maybe it's the tap land. We see a Lorien, I think a Modern Age.
And then a counterspell.
Oh wait, then there's no Modern Age.
No, it's a Journey, a Lorien, a counterspell.
And 1 mystery card.
And 1 mystery card.
If you can see it, write it in chat. We can't.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, shoutouts to YouTube chat. Is there any red decks in the top 8? There was. Unfortunately, Max had a terrible mulligan, I heard. Down to 3 on game 3.
He calculated the probability for drawing 3 hands of 7 with no lands in his 19-land mono-red pinger deck. It's less than 0.001 something. So he just got very unlucky. Oh, it's an Outlaw Medic. Outlaw
the first lifeline
Nice.
creature.
So you probably just want to deploy that since it replaces itself if he does block. So what are his options? He could go for no... Oh, he discards it. Never mind then. So he thinks it's a game to race journey on the end. That's the third journey on an end. We've seen this before. Sasha probably thinks, what the fuck? How is he getting this lucky? And getting hit for 7 again.
That's really rough.
Going down
now
to 3. That's really rough. I mean, he's basically on 6. He has a food token. He can just sack in the end. Okay, he doesn't want to sack it in the end step. Hopefully he does not forget. Land grab, totally dead draw.
Yeah. He kind of has to do stuff now.
Yeah.
He has Dread Return in the graveyard.
He forgot to untap as well. A very big mistake. Okay, he realized it now. And we're friendly.
I'm wondering whether he has any Giants in deck, honestly. Because...
Also, you think he took the combo out?
I don't know if his version of Misery is taking out...
So he's going for the spy. So we're gonna see now. And I don't think he would do that if he doesn't have... Wouldn't you rather cut Balustrade Spy than Giants? If you want to take your combo out? Because you definitely have the 7 mana to play a 6-5. And a 6-5 applies some pressure. And it also can hit for like 5-ish damage.
Yeah, the question is whether they wanted to go up in win cons, because Haunted Misery does the same as the Giant, and whether they want to cut setup cards for that rather than the win con itself. Or we're gonna see, because we don't know. There's a Flaring Pain, but that's probably not gonna be relevant because there's no strands in graveyard.
He has the Giants in deck.
He has the Giants in deck, so that should be game probably, because he can just now Dread Return. He just has to.
But there's a counterspell on Aaron's side. He cannot just Dread Return. But then he can Haunt Misery. Yeah, okay.
The thing is, and also, like, all of this game, if there was any removal on that Deep Shadow, like the Elves of the Deep Shadow, he would be in so much trouble, because there would be no way to play through all this. But I think he has the resources now. Like, he has, like, Dread Return doesn't cost any black mana. You can just sacrifice 3 creatures.
You're right. I think
so that has to be, he's checking, like, what is in deck, like, what's gonna happen here now. He just has that one counter spell, but then he can follow it up with the Haunting Misery.
No, he doesn't have any strengths in the yard, I think. Or this could be a strength as well, right?
That is...
So he might have still 1 strength, and
I'm not quite sure what that is.
If he has the strengths...
The third card from the bottom, I'm not quite sure what that is.
He needs to counter the Flaring Pain, and then he lives. Right?
If he has strands and is able to counter the Flaring Pain, that's the better play than trying to go for the other. There should be a Jack-o'-lantern in there.
It is.
I'm not seeing. Did you see it?
It's the right front.
Oh, yeah.
It's
a
dark
black
art.
one.
Yeah. People doing. People like stuff, I guess.
So
or
that
don't
would
have
be
the other version.
I think that is sad. Like Flaring Pain flashback just costs a red. With the like, you just need 1 extra mana. That's easy to get. He has the stuff in play.
But I mean, I haven't seen any other old bordered card in Aaron's deck besides Prismatic Strands. So I'm pretty sure there is a Prismatic Strands in his deck, in his graveyard. So that actually would be the play to just flashback Prismatic Strands and countering. Or is Haunting Misery life loss, or is it damage?
That is a good question. I don't know that. It's probably damage.
Oh, he counters the Dread Return.
He counters the Dread Return.
Oh, that's probably game losing.
I think he doesn't. The question is whether he actually has a choice.
Yes, of course he has.
If there is a Prismatic Strands engrave, he has it.
Yeah.
We will have to confirm. And then now,
Yeah.
Now
but
you
he
just
looks
exile all the... Now he does the strands.
Oh, because there's no colored mana on... there is no red mana.
No, but that's the Jack-o'-lantern. He doesn't use it yet, right?
What's the Jack-o'-lantern?
The Jack-o'-lantern, like you can exile it from your graveyard and pay a colorless to make a colored mana. So that filters like your green to red usually.
So Aaron actually like just did misplay it.
Maybe?
No, of course, yeah. Why not stranding on black, forcing the Flaring Pain, countering the Flaring Pain? Then there's no damage dealt, and unless Haunting Misery says life loss.
Yeah. No.
But I mean, either way, congrats to Sasha Summer.
Yeah.
Progressing into the semifinals. So we have Gardens against Spy combo. Golgari hates shit. It's damage. I think Aaron misplayed because he would have had the win on the other side.
We will have to talk to him about that. It's gonna be very interesting.
I'm very interested in if we got this line correct or oversaw something.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a short break. I'm very it's super unfortunate. We're gonna have a Golgari brawl here in like round 2, and I'm probably not gonna cast it. But it looks like we're gonna have some interesting matchups coming up. So
definitely.
If we look maybe one more time at our bracket at what is coming up today, because now we know we are gonna having Spy combo against Gardens. That's gonna be probably coming up here on stream, and then we have Lou on Grixis versus Clemens on Caw Gates.
Yes.
So we're gonna have we have 4 different decks here. We're gonna have some interesting.
But we saw Grixis Affinity and Caw Gates already. Maybe we saw Spy combo as well. Yeah. And is Gardens really that exciting? I don't know. We're gonna decide in our break.
Yeah.
Grab some snacks, grab some drinks. We're gonna be right back. And hopefully you stick with us.
And we are back. This time in the semifinals, and we have Lou on Grixis Affinity versus Clemens on Caw Gates. With me today, I forgot to introduce myself. I am not Felix anymore. And that is not due to a split personality. That is because I'm a different person. I'm Moritz, which is doing the commentary usually on the YouTube channel. And I am joined by the lovely Jakub.
Hello. I'm also not Lucas.
Exactly. And we're going to have this Grixis Caw Gates matchup. Are you excited? What do you think about it?
I'm really excited. I'm not sure what to think about it, actually. Both decks have nice answers for one another. So I hope it's going to be a nice game and not a slugfest.
I think it's going to be a nice game for sure. I mean, the quarterfinals we just had, there was a Gardens Mirror. I'm pretty sure they've talked about it already.
That's funny.
Horrendous. The Gardens players actually had fun because the first, if you can play without a timer, it's actually maybe fun, I guess. But
yeah, and they obviously like the Gardens deck, so...
Yeah. So we have, I think, Lou won the die roll, I think. We are currently in the mulliganing phase. The game plan, of course, Grixis Affinity, if they can start fast, I think they can overrun the Caw Gates for sure.
We get a glimpse.
Okay. Yes, we get a glimpse. Of course, Clemo...
There was a mulligan then.
There was a mulligan, and of course, bottoming the Palace Sentinels. Yeah.
Also an interesting inclusion in the main deck, right?
Yeah, that's, I think, definitely a meta call for the today top 8. I think you wouldn't usually play that.
Wellspring, yeah. Oh, a good Wellspring.
Yeah. So, usual development, tap land go, also from the Caw Gates side. I think Lou already assembled, all Grixis colors, so that's also really nice in the start. So you can even just do land drop, pass turn in the end step, draw a bunch of more cards.
Or drop a refurb for one.
That would also be awesome. Instead, there's a blowgun to reduce probably to affinity count and the blood fountain. So I'm not sure what's in their hand, but this could be a tell of I don't want to develop right now. I just want to put affinity count on the table maybe because they have a Mirror Enforcer or something.
No land though.
Yeah. There's the land.
Okay, so now Enforcer's free. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, that's tight from Grixis.
Oh, Jimmy is in the chat. Hi Jimmy. Good to have you here watching. Yeah, I think that's horrible, right? That's a really fast start for Grixis right now because the Mirror Enforcer also colorless, so also Strands is not working really.
And the Blood Fountain online, the Blowgun.
And now you're completely tapping out for a Modern Age, which is of course filtering, but doing nothing on the board right now. But it's set up for future, of course. So the Mirror Enforcer will connect at least one time. Yeah, Clemo thinking hard about what to discard. I think the funny thing is here, Strands is okay of a card, but it doesn't really have too many appliances besides protecting your life linkers, I would say.
Yeah, against the Gulf Blast, right? That's...
Or the KCS maybe.
Yeah, but then the KCS can put on the stack another activation, and then... Oh, wow.
Okay, Lewis really has a really aggressive hand right now because the two Mirror Enforcers are really, really bad for Clemo. The removal that they play are, of course, Journey, but I mean, you have to have an untapped land and 2 Journeys.
Or creatures for Framing Charm.
Exactly, but there's currently no creature on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have to pay mana to bring a creature on board, then Thraben Charm, and then you're still just removing 1. And Lou still has cards in hand, has the Blood Fountain, can even equip the Blowgun at some point if they want to really increase the clock. But right now I think it's Lou in the driver's seat and Clemo looking for answers.
Yeah, so 1 lifelinker was discarded, right? Yeah, that's the medic. And now I think we're at the stage where Clemens is considering what to discard. And now they're fighting over the main board.
Yes.
Whether Lou has deboarded or not.
I mean, it's so funny because you're attacking in this top 8, so your main deck can look really weird, you know? Like, as we saw in, like, Palace Sentinel's main, like, that's just, that's maybe a little weird. And
yeah, Lou has Duress main board, 2 Duresses main board.
And Duress main board is also, as affinity is kind of crazy, you know? Usually you can't afford that. So let's see what they're arguing about. Do you know what they're arguing about?
I have no idea. I'm just wondering whether it's the blowgun actually, but I would assume that's the main board card.
Yeah, we have it here.
Oh, yes. It is the blowgun indeed. No.
No, there's no... That's true, right?
There is no blowgun. And in the sideboard?
Also no blowgun.
Oh my god. Is Lou cheating?
Wait. Let's have a look at the registered deck. And yeah, I think there's no blowgun, right?
There is no blowgun.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I wonder what will happen now.
I was just taking like, hey, blowgun, yeah, of course. I mean, it's Grixis Affinity, no?
Yeah. But there is only one toxin. Ooh la la.
Oh, that's spicy.
Someone asking if there is any red decks in the top 8. There used to be mono red Synth with pingers, but it's gone.
Yeah, mono red was beat in the first round against Caw Gates. So
against Clemens.
Against Clemens, who we see on stream right now. So, okay, yeah, we have actually like a judge call because of the blowgun.
It's also a good catch by Clemens.
It's actually, yeah. And they're currently, we have a judge on phone duty that we're calling right now, basically. Yeah, and I think they are also nearby. So let's see how to proceed with this. But yeah, there's no blowgun, as we can see. So what
is the cut then, right? Like what
is a cut? That's an interesting.
Whether that's the toxin, that is a blowgun.
Let's see. So they are only on 2 spell bombs. They're on, I think sometimes Grixis plays 3, even in this meta specifically. Of course, the Duress mainboard is not something you see usually. So I would say maybe they tried to squeeze in Duress main and resulted in taking usually out the blowgun or something.
Yeah, but also maybe that's a 61 card deck with the blowgun and 2 Duresses. So I really wonder, what is it?
Yeah. So let's see if they have come to any... They have now to look through the deck if the deck otherwise probably is up to specifications. And Lou is playing usually the same deck.
The blood fountains. Okay, so 3 blood fountains.
That's correct, yeah. That's a little bit much, but correct. And they're still arguing over what happens.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a fast game.
I mean, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of heartbreaking because usually, like, we are. Of course, they had to send in their deck lists.
Oh, they're restarting. Whoa.
I think.
Or it's a game loss. Oh,
we will see. We
have to find out. We have to find out somehow. Should I go there and
No. We have a chat.
We have a chat.
Yeah.
Where
I have
are
a chat
we streaming on YouTube or on Twitch?
We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I think they're also saying that this is a game loss and that now the next game must be exchanged for for the card that is missing, basically.
So that's why Lou is now checking up all of the cards and the numbers.
Exactly.
Oh, already missed that Reckoner's bargains on the side. Okay, thank God Clemo is paying attention. Spell bomb. Oh, that's devastating. I'm really disappointed. It's a fair assessment that it has to be a gameless, but especially in the top 8, I would hope for proper matches, clean magic. Fancy refurbs from the last Geddon.
Yes. Okay, so we have also an update from the other game, an insane update, and the other game, as we can quickly go over to the bracket, is currently Gardens against Spy, Mark versus Sasha. And apparently Sasha won game 1. Which is, I think this matchup is usually more of a 60-40 for Gardens, because like you remove everything there is.
And you never have 3 creatures for draft return.
They have no explosive mana, because the mana makers can remove. They have no 3 creatures in the end for the draft return, and even then they have like Lucca, they have Space Bombs, so usually this is the goal source, but of course the Spy can have these stars where they usually kill them for. If you can't find enough free spells on your way, or even like if Defile is such a bad card sometimes, because if you have an overgrown battlement, you don't have to put source swarms into play before it kills that.
I wonder also maybe it is when they turn 3 kill, because it's also possible if they fetch all the lands and they play just 3 creatures. They can just go from there, right? Like not care about all the land drops on 1 lane, because it's 5 lanes, right?
Okay, take a look. And I think it's a 4 land, but of course the 1 land in the sideboard always. Yeah. For the hunting is really probably. So let's see if we have the results. There's nobody looking for the last card. And I'm trying to find the mistakes. Maybe we can spot it from the bird's eye.
One of those spells is missing. Fanatical Offering is missing. Oh no, it's there on the side.
Let's get it to the rest.
It looks like 61 cards.
I think 61 cards is also good. Yes.
Now the lands are
Chat, we're doing a deck check together. The sound is weird, specific sound. Again? We haven't had this one already. One moment. Okay,
we're back.
Let's see if the sound is fixed. Sounds like Star Wars, because we had this issue once before and on the last stream, and we thought maybe it's a faulty USB port. If it's not the faulty USB port, sound is better. Okay, yeah, I unplugged everything and plugged it back in, so that's usually the solution.
They turn it on and off again.
Yeah.
What does it mean that it sounds like Star Wars?
I guess we're very like if the sound is if the cable is like there's a Wackelkontakt, as we say.
Mm-hmm. Who says that?
Me, myself, and I.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's fixed now. It's fixed. We had that also in the last stream, so I have to check all my cables and all my ports. It's a laptop from 2014, I think, that is currently doing the streaming.
Oh, that's fantastic that it's still alive, 12 years.
Yeah, it's like it was a gaming laptop and it has its own dedicated graphics card and everything, so it's still up to speed. But yeah, okay, thanks. If there's if sound is bad again, just let us know. That's lovely that you are monitoring that. Thank you so much. Okay, we have a resolution also posted in the chat. Judge said game loss and the deck list will now be corrected.
Which means that Lou will have the deck, which was like that doesn't mean that the deck is the one that was posted by Lou, or what's the resolution of the?
Yeah, I think the resolution is that he can play the deck he registered.
Okay.
Yeah. Or he can or he has to, you know. Depends on how you want to look at it.
My soul is already crushed by the unfortunate development in this situation.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That it has to happen like that. So we're into sideboarding, basically. We can talk about sideboarding now because it's basically sideboarding.
Ah, yeah, true.
So in the sideboard of Grixis Affinity, we have Cast into the Fire and Breath Weapon as good ways to remove creatures. Extract a Confession.
And negate.
And negate for what?
For Dust to Dust, which I assume will be here.
Oh, here's Clemo, and there are...
Revoke Existences.
Oh my god, Clemo did the meta call of not picking Dust to Dust as a sideboard card.
Why so? Because of the mana cost?
Maybe he correctly read that there's not going to be much affinity around.
And then Revoke Existence because you want to get rid of also enchantments?
Maybe that, and also the just more blasts, I guess. And the Crimson Acolyte because I think he saw that he speculated on a lot of black.
Crimson is the red one.
Oh, Crimson's the red one.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Crimson is the red one.
Oh, how's the black one called?
Obsidian.
Ah, of course. My bad. So
let's Crimson Acolyte, that's such a and actually delivered in the game against Mono Red.
So here we see it. Yeah, more blast, and there's the 2 Revoke Existent, and 1 Remove Soul.
Which Remove Soul? What's Remove Soul?
Remove Soul. Is that something like some creature based? So like counter some creature or something?
Counter a creature. Yeah.
Yeah, right? I'll have to look that up.
Oh yeah. And it has this super, if it's a white border one, it's the one with a skeleton, heavy metal artwork. Oh, that's so good. That's such a good heavy metal artwork. Yeah, exactly. And then it was printed in a black border, but it's a very prominent cheap white card as well. Oh, so good. It's so good. So much better than the Essence Scatter, unless you really like birds. Oh.
So they're still considering their sideboarding. Okay, so we argue, we found that Clemo will for sure bring in the Revoke Existence because that's free.
Yeah, that's sure.
That's for sure. There's also the argument for blasts in general.
Yeah, but then would that be the blue blast because Lou might bring in red blasts, or right? Like that's a good sideboarding.
The mind games.
The mind games.
The good thing is, we know that Lou is playing 4 Hydroblasts and negate as potential blue answers. Also 4 duress in total. So if we look at Lou, let's maybe start with Lou because it's probably more obvious what to take in. There will be, I think, Cast into the Fire as a way to remove the creatures. It's possible. Breath Weapon is much better at that. Also, probably, maybe Duress. I think Extract is maybe a little too slow because there's no Guardian of the Guild Pact. So
yeah, it makes sense. Negate feels like it's too slow as well. Like 2 mana.
Yeah, so probably you bring in some blasts to protect. You bring in blue blast to, but not really. Like you wanna protect your red spells, right? So they can only blue blast that.
Yeah, but like there is plenty. Like the shaman is not necessary anymore because you're upgrading to casts and breath weapons. The toxin is unnecessary because it's just a combo with the shaman. So that's like already 4 slots. So that could be the 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s. And then I wonder about duress actually, if that is the plan of Luz. Like not protecting via counter magic, but already doing it earlier and getting rid of a card and the information.
And I think that's not such a good, not a bad plan, because you can really stumble. Stumble Caw Gates early on.
Yeah.
Like if you take away their brainstorm, like that's huge. If you even sometimes take away the enchantment, like
Journey to Nowhere.
Journey to Nowhere you can take away.
Or even a Lorien.
Lorien, Modern Age. Like there's so many good cards you can take proactively.
Yeah. And just ignore the counter magic.
Yeah.
Because that's also the question, right? Like if Galvanic Blast stays to play an aggressive version and have the option to remove things individually. Oh, the munitions. Oh my. Yeah, it looks like probably Clemo will have to throw in some blue blasts.
Let's see. They're currently on the mulligan. I think that's the first hand for both of them. Okay, so there was already a mulligan taken. Lou removing 1 card. I think Clemens is holding a healthy 7. That's a bridge. Okay,
That's the replacement bridge, probably.
Yeah. And they're like, you can't hear it unfortunately because we have no room mic, but in the other room they're all laughing because that's the bridge.
Okay. Oh, I have to talk with Clemens about his selection of the Azorius Gate. There are better ones.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, up until now, that's basically almost the same start. Yeah, the bridge is different, but it's almost the same start. Turn 2 Wellspring. And the gate, and probably...
Modern Age. Oh!
Okay. That's good. I mean, that's very mana intensive if you have a sweeper, right? Because you have to pay 1 white.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? Like that Clemens is playing into this protection game because there are colorless blockers, so the protection from red on the Acolyte cannot be used offensively. It's just a defensive card.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the probably game plan is stick a life linker and just make it survive.
Mm-hmm.
And Grixis will not, like, basically, they will not outvalue you in the long run if you make your land drops, if you have your gates, if you have enough life to basically survive. Yeah, that's interesting. So you bought it, definitely the Crimson Acolytes.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. Makes sense that it's there. Brainstorm.
So let's see what the Brainstorm will bring. Maybe there's a Lorien afterwards to clear the top. But yeah, interestingly also, there's a Black Mage's Rod now for Lou, which is of course the pinging game is something that Grixis has shown time and time again that it is capable of. And more effectively than you would think initially.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to see if that basically adds up. And yeah, there's the Cycle Lorien to clear the top. So that was, I think, probably Clemo got all the cards they wanted right now. There's see the 3 more cards, get an untapped land. And there's not really that much pressure. I mean, there's of course, the Black Mage's Rod and everything, but Lou is also stuck on not so many black sources. I think there's just a single black source, so no danger of like refurb, you lose, you know?
Yeah. It's different. It's totally different start than the game that was reversed.
Reversed. Okay, so...
Okay, and the first life linker.
Yeah, and that Outlaw Medic is gonna do a whole lot of work, I would suppose. Like, it can block. Clemo's now probably gonna always keep mana open to protect that.
No, it can't block. It's a 1/3, right?
Yeah, but the hero token is
block
a 2/1.
the hero. I
Yeah.
always forget about the hero that it has an option to attack. It's somehow...
So I think for Lu, the objective is also to get more black mana in play. Because that is your draw engine, that is your refurb discard, that is your duress. So having a bunch of red is not... Yeah, okay. And there we go.
Will there be a counter spell? Oh... Yeah... Or a dispel, maybe.
I think dispel would... I don't know how many cards in hand Lu has right now, but sometimes if like Grixis really desperately needs to draw...
And we are already in this scenario, but then that also might be a bait, exactly, and I wonder if there will be a Gulf Blast on the medic. Because that is the opening now.
For sure, but that is, I think, still okay for Clemo because he gets to draw off the medic. And gets out the Gulf Blast. And the whole turn then probably is over. So, and I think if there was a Thoughtcast available to Lu, he would probably have played the Thoughtcast because it's sorcery speed. So you also know that there's nothing like that, and there's no black mana open anymore. So it's like you're really stalling the game of the...
Okay, Gulf Blast, look at that. I have divine powers.
But still, you draw a card. So...
because of the medic death trigger.
Exactly. So that's in theory, Grixis is a card down and you are more or less card neutral. So
okay, the birds were found with the brainstorm.
Now let's see. They are probably gonna pull out 2 words, of course.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that's a 5th card then.
Yeah. So maybe they have the other bird in hand, which would be, But it's like dreamy, right? To get 3 birds out of it. And Clemo is doing a really good job of finding those gates. There's already a Basilisk gate in play, and there are already like 4 gates on the table. So really, the plan you have is probably stick a life linker. But even the birds.
Even the birds, right? Like
exactly.
they can trade with 4 refurbs quickly. And then... Ooh, la la, Fraben Charm.
Oh, that's interesting because that's a whole resource right now, but maybe that is a tell that Clemens has no life linker, so they probably want to preserve their life total to not get blown out.
And keep on attacking, basically. So Clemens now is taking an offensive stance, like an aggressive approach.
Yeah. And with 4 gates in play, you can also kind of see where this could end up. Let's see if the... So the black mana, as I said, really important. Duress.
Okay, Duress. Journey and Lorien.
Ooh.
That's a good Duress.
Taking away the Lorien here is really, really hard because Clemo probably really banked on that. Because otherwise it's just birds. I mean, still it's birds that are hitting for 5.
But 1 breath weapon and it's over.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you're going to deploy them one after another and there's like the Acolyte, but you're kind of tapped out. Okay, we have an update from the other game actually. And that is Spy wins the other match versus Gardens 2-0. And that really comes to a surprise because that really is crazy.
Yeah, that's unexpected.
That really unexpected because it is not a good matchup for Spy. And Mark, who piloted the Gardens, also is a Spy player. So they should really know what's going on. So maybe Spy got really insanely lucky or just well played. We'll ask him later.
I think Mark should stick to mid-range decks and not play control or combo.
It's their own fault for registering.
Yeah, that's what you get. I'm gonna tell him later.
But they got, they played like 2.5 hours of Gardens Mirror game 1, so I guess they got worth their time.
He got tired. But enough Magic was played for a Saturday.
Yes. Okay, so we're now in the position that Clemens is really out of gas, but has a gate. And that gate can do a lot of damage over a couple of turns. There's currently no blocker for Lou and no blocker inside. If you had a refurb, you would have played it.
Yeah. Cliffgate played, which also means treasures can be made. And now one bird can be a 6/6.
And don't get confused here. As you said, the treasures are insane.
Yeah.
Because they're always keeping your Acolyte open then.
That's why probably now he is actually leaving a Cliffgate, and I assume he's not gonna play another bird because he's still winning with this one bird and the Acolyte. He doesn't need to do more. Like, it's a 2-turn clock right now.
Yeah, I think there's no need to overextend. It's basically keep your mana open and relax. You're winning right now.
Oh, I wish it doesn't end like that though, because we kind of got the ooh la la.
Okay, I think that's a little bit risky.
Oh, but that's now 2-turn clock, right? If he doesn't find another gate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gates. Yep. No, actually, it's not.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So
Yeah.
one bird is 6. So 6, 7, 8.
So there was no need for another bird.
Exactly. There was no need. I think it's a little bit overextending, maybe.
But maybe it was also played into the refurb. Like, if there is a blocker, it's not a 2-turn clock. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter.
But maybe you just need, non-summoning sick creatures and as many as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
That's also a valid argument.
Oh.
And here I think you would also always pump the Acolyte because it already has protection, right?
Yes.
So it's much safer to pump it in theory because there can be no blockers, but he decides to choose the bird.
Yes.
And now the 3 mana open is such a threat, honestly. Like, that's 3 activations of protect my guy.
Okay, we're gonna see a podcast. There is no counter magic. And because it's basically now or never, right?
Exactly.
Either Lou now finds an answer, which I don't know what could that be, like a Reckoner's Bargain, but then he needs like a Mirror Enforcer to get the life back.
I think like you honestly need blockers, but you probably have no refurb, so because you would have played that, so you have to draw into it. You can draw only one.
It might be over.
And the breath weapon will do nothing.
Yeah.
And that's really sad. Because also the Acolyte is very weird because you will always try to resolve one protection and before the next spell is cast. So if you put
it's over.
That's it. Yeah, that's kind of... Isn't that crazy how the Acolyte won the game?
Yes, the Acolyte for the win.
The Acolyte actually won the entire game.
Yeah. Not dust to dust, not revoke existence, just an Acolyte.
Yeah, nothing like I screw you with taking away your lands, nothing like that. Like,
no.
I just play an Acolyte and I win.
Impressive. I love this card. Both of the Acolytes. I wish there was more actually of them than just the 2.
Yeah.
It's like old school Magic, also boss artworks on both of them.
And here we can see what they actually bought it.
Yeah, revoke existence. Oh, blue blast. Okay, and dispels.
Yeah, blue blast dispels just basically to remove every single red card or like to try to get protection from red. And of course, they revoke existence. So let's see.
So we know that it's gonna be Caw Gates versus Spy.
Exactly.
In the final. Spy already beat Caw Gates once.
Yes. So this is gonna be the final. Sasha versus Clemo. We'll probably have an interview. Do you want to play do you want to do an interview with one of the players?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, nice. So, yeah, and taking out the spell bombs and the KCS because the spell bombs are really too slow against that. and there's the bridge for the blowgun. That was such an unfortunate game one. Like it's really heartbreaking because as we can see, this matchup is so full of potential.
Yes, definitely.
We were kind of taken from that.
And then, yeah, it's a shame. Also, since I'm a cheater in Magic, but Lou is a tight player, so it's an honest mistake.
Definitely. Good thing that you mentioned that. Like, we play the top 8 here in our community. Like, we're in the Lega Pauper Lipsia. We know that this was 100% not done with any kind of intent. It was literally an honest mistake. Yeah. Because not having the blowgun in the deck kind of feels,
Yeah.
For the top 8, they all tuned their decks, so that happens. Okay, we will maybe have one of them for an interview, and we will also invite later maybe the judge to explain the decision behind the whole procedure that we have just seen. But we know that it was unfortunate that it ended quickly like that, but also it ended quickly, and even the Spy Gardens matchup ended quickly, so we can even proceed to the finals relatively in time. The first round was just insane.
Yes, the first round was unacceptable.
Yeah, we were all looking at the final game, game 3 against Spy against Caw Gates, and on that point they played 2 hours and 40 minutes of Magic.
Yeah, that's
in the last turn, which was crazy. Okay, so
Lou will be here very soon with us. If the chat wants me to ask a question in particular, send it over. If not, I will have my own questions.
I think we have to yeah, there we go. Hola. Here are your second favorite casters.
Second favorite. No, we're the favorite ones.
Okay.
We're the favorite ones.
Come on. Well,
come on.
I mean, the other ones needed a break. We would never.
Yeah. Come on. I did it last year with no breaks. No, but it's good. We now have more people wanting to do the commentary, so you get to hear and sometimes see more of us from the community, from Pauper to the people, as you can see in the background. Yeah, and it's fun to not only play Magic, but also have a look as your friends are playing and explain to the internet people what's happening in Libelle.
Here in Libelle, here in Leipzig. You can, of course, go to also our website to know more information about us as a playgroup, but also about our Lega. We also have an Instagram and, of course, the YouTube channel that you might be seeing this right now. We're also streaming on YouTube simultaneously, where there's a bunch of videos commentated from our regular game days, especially the early ones, like you've seen Pit today on Tireless Tribe, and especially the early videos for the first couple of stages were interesting because Pit was slamming through that with a 5-0. And I'm going to do a smooth transition here. We have a guest here. I will get away from the stage and I'll hand it over to Tim, who is our judge, who's going to be explaining the situation.
Hello, Tim.
Hello.
Thanks for coming over for the interview. I hope you get the chance to finish your coffee. And please walk us through the resolution of the situation. What has happened?
The problem is known onto the stream?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
More or less, yes. We know that the toxin, not toxin, but the blowgun was not registered in the decklist, but it was there instead of a Izzet bridge.
Yeah, that's true. So the problem is that the card, the wrong card was found only a few turns in. If it had been found earlier, the easy and no decisions were made by the opponent, the easy option would have been to just exchange the card and continue with the game if Anton had found it himself. The way it was now, because it was already on the board and several turns had happened, the only resolution there was to hand out a game loss and to then fix the deck list. And another bridge was on hand, so he could just change that out and proceed to sideboarding for game 2. And if he hadn't had a bridge on hand here, he would have had to exchange with the basic Or, well, because of our proxy policy, we could have just proxed the bridge for him to fix the deck list. In usual tournaments where you can only play with actual magic cards, then the resolution is to find the card, or if not, then to get whatever basic you want for the deck and exchange it with that. Because the assumption here is that the basic is like the least common denominator to just get a card that works in a game of Magic.
Oh yeah, we were very sad actually that happened, because we didn't assume Lou to be doing it on purpose, rather than
of course.
just an honest mistake, changing the deck list up until probably last night, late in the evening.
Yeah, the paper deck list that he had with him actually had it on there, but it was not the deck last that he actually submitted.
Oh,
as
that's
far
even
as I
worse.
understand it.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, that's a bit bad.
That's terrible.
But he took it with stride, and it was his fault in the end.
Of course, yeah.
And I think he wasn't tilted by that for game 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a bit sad to have it happen here.
Yeah, and also we kind of hoped for 3 games. So at that point, when that happened, we kind of hoped Lou wins game 2, so that we get to get the game 3, basically, to have a little bit more content and to see them play. Yeah, but
yeah. Also a bit suboptimal that I wasn't here yet. It was the first use of our Call a Judge program, where you can call a judge on the phone because there's no one present here. Yeah. Short ad break here. I was on a birding tour. Werbeliner See, great natural reserve in the north of Leipzig. Lots of good birds to see there in the winter even.
Could you tell us which birds did you see?
A white-tailed hawk, a Seeadler.
Can
which
you?
is the resident there. It's a big bird of prey.
Oh. Is it white?
Yeah, white-tailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually brown, but always on the lookout for like sick other birds to snack on over there, and it was great to see. I also saw a fox on the ice.
Oh, so the lake was frozen.
Yeah, apart from some open spaces where all the birds gathered.
So it's basically, we have here in Leipzig now the winter of the decade, probably, where there is snow and ice since a bit.
And it's staying like that for several weeks now. Right now it's thawing. I'm judging here with wet boots.
Oh yeah. And one more question to you as a bird watcher: do you know what kind of sound does the white-tailed hawk make?
No, not at all.
Oh.
But I can do some magic here and get the sound on.
Oh, you have the. Oh yeah, please do so. Like our listeners, I get the we got asked in mails regularly. Yes. Like please guys, tell us about the white hawk noise. So
yeah, of course. This is a bird watching stream now. Here's a picture I took
of the bird
with some crows harassing it because they're always up to find some cheap food. Yeah,
we all of a sudden turned into a bird watching podcast, but that's good. That's good.
That's what.
Let's show that there is more to life than just Magic.
Yeah.
We will probably also interview one of the players. I don't know yet whom, whether it's going to be Lou or Clemens. And I also have no idea what's happening in the other room, if they're setting up for the finals. I'm also not sure who's going to do the commentary for the finals.
Yeah, me neither. So white-tailed hawk noise is coming right now. And that's the kind of wildlife experience you only get from the Lega Pauper Lipsia.
Yep. I don't know what did I expect.
It's just
the Adler.
Bird noises, man.
Yeah, that's important. It's good because like they left us here alone and we're doing whatever we want to do. That's actually good. I really enjoy that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, they are back. Now they will tell us to stop this.
What's your favorite bird, Moritz?
My favorite bird? Woodpecker.
Oh, it's a woodpecker.
A woodpecker.
Which woodpecker?
The common one.
The common woodpecker. Yeah, nice.
I see one out of my window.
Out of the window, perfect. So what's for the stream? Moritz likes the woodpecker, and he has one in front of his window every day.
Yeah.
Favorite birds, he loves it.
Yeah, we not only we were, that was like a teaching moment. Tim was teaching the internet.
Played the bird noises and everything.
Yeah. We showed some pictures. So it's like, it's not just Lega Pauper Lipsia nowadays. It's also a bird podcast.
And education.
Yeah, you left us alone unsupervised, so we did what we wanted to do.
So for the finals, we'll now have Spy versus Caw Gates.
Yeah.
So a matchup that Sasha already won today once in round 1.
Oh, in an impressive fashion.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was like Aaron played really well up until that last turn, but then he got really outplayed. That was just out of this world with the sequencing, with putting Dread Return on the stack, with Lot Left Giant in the graveyard right after playing a Spy, so the whole graveyard was filled with the whole deck, and then having the option, Aaron having a counter spell, but Jack-O-Lantern being milled, which allows Sasha to make any color of mana with the red spell that Flaring Pain with Flaring Pain in the grave, and actually winning via Haunted Misery. So baiting a counter spell on the Dread Return to then Haunted Misery for the win.
That's good. So like his opponent should have just countered the Flaring Pain.
Yes.
To be safe there.
Or the Spy.
Or the Spy, yeah, of course.
So, of course, that would be a riskier line because we didn't know whether Sasha has the second Spy in hand.
Okay.
And he could have afforded it.
Has Clemo heard of that line?
Yeah. That was discussed already.
Okay.
But really tight play. I was really impressed.
Okay, yeah, I talked to Sasha outside, and he says that the game plan for like game 2 and 3 is usually the beatdown against Caw Gates. So I think we might see a bit of a long game here as well.
Yeah, that was happening. That was happening. There were like 3 ends journeying to nowhere on vacation. So actually Sasha was doing the beatdown plan up until last moment when he decided to combo off.
We have an interview coming up.
With whom? With Lou. Okay, yeah.
Interview with Lou. Bring him in. Like we have only that many birds.
Otherwise we go back to the birds.
Yeah. I've got more picture that I can show.
Yeah, quickly, because they will stop us from that.
Yeah, here's the fox that I saw on the ice as well. Just going around, eating bird poop and scaring away the other birds.
Do foxes eat bird poop?
Well, it's winter, man.
Oh, okay. You eat whatever.
Okay, I'm handing it over.
Thanks, Tim, for explaining the judge ruling. And now,
see you later. Have a good time.
Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for solving the tournament for me.
Please be closer. Please be closer. Was that intentional cheating, Lou?
Yes, of course.
Of course, you tried to sneak it in.
You need to know that the Lega has a long tradition of cheating. Like, I think everybody who's seriously playing here is basically trying to rig it, so I just try to fill in that role, you know?
Yeah, that's really good. I cheat every time. I have marked cards. I do a little bit of sleight of hand when I shuffle, and I just talk a little bit so that the opponents are distracted. So I was never caught yet. But I even openly tell them that I'm cheating, and they just do nothing.
Good
so
job.
We have to probably raise the competitive level so that there are actually some sort of, you know, like the judges can do something, because now it's just like you don't get a warning, so you can do whatever you want.
Well, maybe it's the beginning of a new era now.
But
in all seriousness, it was of course not intentional. I had a full week and didn't have a lot of time to check, so yesterday I made a mistake when putting together the deck, and that's how it goes sometimes. So always get your deck checked before. If you're as fuzzy-brained as I am, at least, then better let somebody else check it.
And who caught that mistake? Was that Clemens, actually?
Yes, Clemens was like, I didn't see a Hunter's Blowgun on the list, but I was convinced that everything is correct, because that's what I thought. So I told him, no, of course it's part of the list. I had it written in my sideboard guide, the Hunter's Blowgun, but it was not on the list. So Clemens caught it, and then Phil told me Tim did the ruling, and that's how it went.
Oh my, so Clemens is like a hawk playing those Caw Gates. Ooh la la. Dry jokes, they're coming over. And again, bird jokes. Oh, are we still in? Seems so. Because, you know, we in the meantime, we turned into a bird podcast, so that's why we make the bird references.
Makes sense, but I prefer flying rats.
Flying
Is that
rats.
also a topic, or?
No, that was really unfortunate event, and we hoped actually you're gonna win game 2 so that we get the game 3 and it's kind of evens itself out. Also, your start on game 1 was just so freaking impressive.
Yeah, that gave me a good feeling, but it shouldn't have been.
And could you remind us in which position were you in the top 8? So like what was the standings that you achieved in the end?
Yeah, well, I don't often get to participate in the Lega. I think I played in 3 game days, but in 1 game day I managed to get a trophy. So with that I qualified for the last chance qualifier, which I was luckily able to take down. And that's how I earned the 8th spot in the top 8.
Ooh la la, so you're one of the good players.
Some say so. I'm not quite sure.
You just come 3 times a charm and then let's go.
Sometimes it works.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
I don't have any more answers.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Terrible interviewer, but we're kind of winging it here. I'm not sure what's the state of the affairs, Felix. Is the next game prepared, or are we doing a short break? We're gonna do a short break, which I don't know how to do with this computer setup, because I'm an old man yelling at the sky.
I think you're forced to keep on talking.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, we might have technical problems.
There is a technical.
Okay, but I'm gonna leave you with this. Yeah, right.
Thanks a lot, Lou, for coming over. Better luck next time, and I assume you're gonna be in the top 8 next year as well. I assume there will be a top 8 in the next year Lega. And for now, we will take a short break.
And we are back now in the season finale, the second season at the Lega Pauper Lipsia. I'm here with Lucca. Hey.
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah, we have seen a bunch of very interesting matches. We had a big upset that you just heard explained on stream. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Like, also, of course, we as organizers feel a little bit bad that we didn't do deck checks before, but this is a tight-knit community. We're very friendly with each other, so it's unfortunate that this is a very deciding factor in who goes into the finale.
In a semifinal.
Yeah,
that's pretty rough.
Yeah, because these players have been playing since June, so there's these monthly tournaments. They have qualified to be here. Lou even went through the knockout qualifier that we had. So
and he was having the upper hand in that game. So my heart was completely broken there.
That's so unfortunate. Yes. Okay, but with that, maybe let's take one final look at our bracket before we head into the final. And this is what has happened today. We had on stream Tireless Tribe against Affinity. Lou took that one down pretty concisely. We saw, we didn't see a Gardens Mirror, but that happened off stream somewhere.
Yes. That explains the runtime of the show.
Yeah, the first round was very long. And then I went to fetch some food and suddenly round 2 was over. Which was unfortunate for other reasons, but yeah. So, of course, the one game loss due to a rules violation in the Grixis versus Caw Gates match meant that went a bit faster, and Sasha on Spy managed to 2-0 Gardens.
Yes, and now it's going to rematch against Caw Gates, which already took down 3 hours ago.
Yeah, and it's just a crazy run, because if we have 1 more minute, I think. If we look at what Sasha has been doing over the league, look at that on the left-hand side. He's been playing Mono Red for the whole event. He was there every time. Once he dropped because he had to go early for some reason, but he was really on that. And suddenly he's here with Spy.
And he's playing so neatly. There was a game on camera, but I've been following the one on the table. There was no misplays. It was so clean from the beginning to the end. 2 games in that case. Took down Gardens, which is notably a bad matchup generally.
Yeah.
But that worked perfectly.
Yeah. And I'm excited because I used to play Spy a lot. And I mean, you did too, right?
Yeah.
Like the 5 version with Chrysalis, that was your thing, right? Okay, so that is who we have on the finale on the one hand side, and then our wait, I'm looking for, I'm blanking. Who's playing again? Clemo's playing again. Clemo. It's interesting because Clemo is also not one I would have on. He's always making it up to the very top, but going up to the finale is, I think, quite a feat.
Well, yes. On the other hand, he has quite some results on his back. Starting from day 2 at the last Paupergeddon with White Weenies, and he's been playing these Caw Gates in the last months. He has now mastered it. He's bringing quite a list with Palace Sentinels main, expecting Gardens and not facing any, which is a bit unfortunate on one end, but it worked out. He's here. He's in the final. He's been devastating every opponent for the other 2 games, and now I'm pretty excited to see if he can take out Sasha.
Yeah, so we'll have I'll give the heads up over to our game table because we are gonna take a look. I think mulligans have already resolved.
Yes.
And there we have it, our finale for 2025, I guess.
Yeah.
It's starting.
Okay, I see some mulligan at least on the left-hand side from Clemens.
Oh, going to 5 is not a start you want to have here.
Yeah, somehow the Gates against Spy combo matchup comes down to a resource game. So the less resources you start with, the worse.
Yeah. We had the other, Sasha was on stream before, I think, versus Aaron. Right, we had the game 3 from the very first round. And that came down to a very complicated board state of like they've been hitting each other. Aaron was really unfortunate in not finding any life linkers. These are important to be able to stall the game.
Can they realistically get out of hand in terms of life points?
And I mean, not really. Like that in combination with counter spells is like I think Spy can reach up to like 70-ish is what the damage you can represent. If you have Dread Return also played from hand, you might be going slightly beyond that, but that assumes that there is no counter spells on the other hand side, so that you just can neatly play through like all your resources, and that's Magic at Christmas Land. That doesn't exist, unfortunately.
Especially against Gates, which somehow always has the right thing. Like here I see a Basilisk Gate and a cat on the table, which combine pretty neatly. There it is.
Yeah.
But Sasha is also hitting all the lands and land drops also consecutively. So it looks like they're both starting their engines. So we'll see probably a full-on speed game.
Yeah. I mean, starting with a Sacred Cat as a creature on Caw Gates side is pretty ideal because it like just represents a lot of life to be gained over the course of the match. And while it doesn't, like, it's hard to get out of reach of like the Spy combo itself, we had games where it's dangerous to go low on life versus Spy when you are going below 10-ish in a long game, because sometimes just a Loathlift Giant can kill you.
Yeah.
And if you have to react then maybe in response they have the option to do the actual combo and that sort of thing. You just don't want to drop down below 10, I think.
And probably also you don't want to use too much resources to block their big creatures.
Exactly.
Kind of looking left and right at the same time. Not really possible.
Yes.
Now we see still Sasha putting up resources down. He's already seeing all the 5 lands of his list, if I remember correctly. And Leader Stampede is rough generally for Caw Gates, which has mostly 1-for-1s in terms of answers. Unless he hits very badly, but it doesn't look like so. Actually, Spy is pretty good resource here.
Yeah, and the 2 Battlemans, like the ones that make just a huge amount of mana. Usually Caw Gates doesn't really answer those because they don't have that much removal. And especially, like, you can really feel the mulligan here, like Clemo sitting on 3 cards. Yes, that creature in play, and that can sort of prolong the game, but he has to always represent counter spells and such, so Spy doesn't actually get to do the combo.
Yeah, and representing counter spells and having a clock requires mana, which requires hitting land drops, which requires having maybe a starting hand of 7 generally.
Yeah.
We'll see if we see a brainstorm at some point from Clemens. He's
Transing?
Oh, because he doesn't have the mana. Probably Strength is more valuable when you can cast it for 0, and now he can deploy his plan without having to keep up for Strength from hand. Since he knows about the Spy at this point. That's a good play. That's a good play. Clemens knows what he's doing.
I'm honestly, you have to explain that to me again, maybe. So why did he, like, what damage did he just prevent?
None. He probably just wanted to throw the strengths to the graveyard so that he can keep up 0 mana up. He knew he was unlikely gonna see another land, and he still wanted to deploy his Journey into Nowhere, take out the big mana dork.
And
still prevent the Spy explosion plan.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Also, this is still a problem for him. Like, Strands helps 1 turn against draw, but like that thing has super menace, so you need like 3 creatures to block it. He has that's an Outlaw Medic.
Yeah.
Like right about now, a Journey would be really nice.
Yeah, the second one. How many is he playing?
He's playing 4 as far as I'm aware. I think the list that he runs is pretty standard. It's 4 Journey for Modern Age. He has the 4 counter spell, 3 frame charm, and 4 prismatic strands, or a lot of interaction. The usual life gain creatures. Really, the only thing I think he cut a medic for the Palace Sentinels that we mentioned before. Like he plays Monarch in main. I guess this could come up in this game because Spy is not actually great at taking that.
Oh, absolutely. Now we see another 3 hits from
the Winding Way, yeah.
Yep, which is another spy, and double spying can be relevant in this game. From previous game, we also saw spies attacking for lethal from Sasha, which is another possible line from spy in this type of matchup.
Yeah. It deploys the second battlement that we saw earlier from the earlier draw spell, and I guess he also like that Mask Vandal he plays main, like the only real targets in the deck of Clemo are the Journey as the one that's currently holding that battlement, and I guess he also has the Vector Glider is a Modern Age beforehand.
Yes.
Like so, I guess you could hold it to prevent more filtering, or
I would be wondering whether to keep it after sideboard even. It's for sure interesting.
That is actually a good question. I see points towards both ideas. Cutting them because it's not really that relevant, and I would rather have other cards that interact more around the combo.
Yeah. Like Haunting Misery, which proved to be the deciding point the previous time that we saw him on camera.
Exactly, yeah. That card would definitely go in. Flaring Pain is a must. I think we saw him go up in lands last time, so he's not swapping the swamp, so that's another card he needs to make some sort of cut for. He also had still the Loveleft Giants in there, so you have the package of like Flaring Pain, Jack-o'-lantern, Swamp, Haunting Misery, that's like 5 cards, and you need to make some cuts. And I can see an argument for cutting Vandal. Maybe not all, maybe you have the 1 silver bullet still in there for the good feelings, but...
Yeah, and now we see Sasha doing the big mana for a Sagu.
Exactly.
Yes, up in the tempo on his side. On the other hand, like if Clemens can still see more lands, it's really hard to go through the Caw Gates lifelink.
Yeah.
I'm not a Caw Gates player, but this much I think I can know.
Yeah.
And there it is, another target that we just mentioned.
Okay, so now's the question. Is there something he's interested in? Like Sasha has the option next turn to destroy either.
A bird with a bird in hand.
And he's down to 2 cards.
Yeah, I think he's really holding on to that bird in hand to hope into a brainstorm and then start going from there.
That's smart, yeah. Like, I mean, he could play it now to just get the extra Hawks, but having it with the Brainstorm would mean you could turn the extra Hawks into live cards. More counterspell, something to actually do here, because right now I think he's representing his graveyard just that way. Those are not exiled, right? So he still has the strands in graveyard. So that is still preventing the combo, even though Sasha has like all lands in play and the spy in hand, but knows he can't play through it because he doesn't have Flaring Pain in the first game.
Pre-board, it's really hard for spy combo to actually pull out the combo against Caw Gates.
Yes.
You really need your tools from the sideboard. But it looks like that the alternative plan, that is just the beatdown, is working just fine. He's also, I see, keeping a Wall of Roots on 4/1/1 counters, which is another tech from Spy Combo, because then you can deny the life gain from the life linkers. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's really good.
And this is a counter spell. That's pretty desperate.
On the generous end, yes. Yeah, you kind of have to react there. I think you're still sitting pretty because... there's no way Spy can in this turn like put the combo on the table after this.
It looks like there's something more menacing just there on the table, like a 6-beater with 5 life points.
And he casts an Elven Foresight, right? That's what they're called?
Yeah, I think so.
Farsight?
Yeah.
I think...
it's Scarai 3, and then look at the top, right?
Yeah, you get to reveal the top card, and if it's a creature, you draw it?
I think so.
Yeah, we might look that up on the side.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a one-off in the deck. It just helps dig for your different combo pieces if you really need to.
I remember it was much more present in the early lists of Spy, and then it moved on from there, and somehow it's making a comeback from that. Yes, if it's a creature, then you draw a card. Actually draw.
Yeah.
Interesting. And now Clément has to try to find a line to not die from just attackers. I couldn't really see it. Maybe he can steal one more turn, one way or another.
I'm also thinking about how much information he has about Sasha's hand right now, because he keeps, was that I think some, all card draw Spy plays, plus land grant maybe, you reveal so much information about what your hand is, and I think he probably knows there is a Masked Vandal, so he's already factoring in, I don't know, that, I mean, the Battleman would have Summoning Sickness, but I guess you could still prevent the blocker for the Wildling, because the Vector Glider would flip next turn, and then the turn after.
The play.
Here it is, what you mentioned before. So you put another minus counter with the ability on the Wall of Roots, and since the Sacred Cat doesn't have trample, it doesn't deal damage, and then the life gain is for naught.
Yeah, and I don't really see an out for Clément from here, unfortunately.
Yeah, really tough.
Yeah. Just apparently big creatures are sometimes enough.
Yeah, I mean the mulligan definitely had a big part in that, I think.
Yeah.
Just starting on less cards, and yeah, I don't know if he maybe now in retrospect regrets the battlement, targeting that with Journey, because he could have just prevented the enabled creature instead of the mana generator, but
yeah, possibly. It could also be that he was afraid of a possible double spelling or double spying before he had the Prismatic Sprints in the bin.
That is true.
Which
is it time now? I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah.
Because Troll is lethal itself. There's the flashback on Prismatic Strands, preventing all damage from black sources this turn. And still taking 3 to the dome, though, because the Wildling is green and cannot be blocked.
Yep.
Or I guess he has a Hawk, but he chooses to take it.
I think he's just playing it out from here. Let's see if Sasha sees the line or wants to play it entirely safe. There it is. Interesting.
He doesn't have to do anything.
Exactly. I believe as Caw Gates, from the Caw Gates perspective here, you really, in this matchup, you really want to see a streak of Journey to Nowhere and then follow that by permission spells.
Yeah.
As counter spell or postboard, whatever you're bringing in.
That's true.
But, well, that went kind of the other way around. You cannot really do a mulligan to 4, so...
Yeah. I mean, I'm already glancing at the sideboard Clément has available for the next game, and there scoops it up. That's game 1 to Sasha in our finals. That was solid play. I guess the odds were slightly in their favor because Clément's just started with less cards. But still, you have to somehow get through Strands. And he worked that out.
Worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ignoring it for the spy and just attacking until they need to use it, and then still attack.
Yeah. I think Caw Gates felt always particularly rough in the I'm sort of forced to play mid-range versus you because you don't want to target yourself with Spy. At some point it would mean decking, and at the other hand, they have flashback spells, like really bad ones. Even like giving them another Lifelinger with a cat, giving them strands into the graveyard. You don't want to have that happen. So you really can't play the Spy. Like in a lot of matchups, you're like, okay, Grixis doesn't have Blood Fountain in play. Sure, I'll mill you because I really want to block your familiars or something.
Yeah, but here sometimes, I remember from playing Spy, you end up with 4 spies in hand, 3 spies in hand, and completely stuck and thinking, should I mill them and risk it? You have to spin the wheel. It didn't come to that in this game specifically. We'll see what happens. I believe post-board it might be easier to deal with the creatures and harder to deal with the combo from the Caw Gates perspective, and mirrored from the.
I wonder if he's considering Blue Blast. I know I've talked with Aaron after the match against Sasha, and he was like, "Yeah, I boarded in the 1 extra Blue Elemental Blast." Because I guess that can hit Flaring Pain, and that can help a lot. If you can ensure that doesn't resolve, at that point Spy has everything in graveyard, usually, because you're not going to play it from hand, you're going to mill over your deck, and then if you don't do the combo, of course, that's assuming you have strands also, right? So you have you play strands, Spy is forced to use Flaring Pain, and if you prevent the Flaring Pain itself, and he's already, he's looking at those. So we see a Flaring Pain, we see 2 Haunting Misery.
He's already hot for this matchup.
He just did a really big practice match, right? In round 1.
Actually, we saw in round 1 that a Dispel was the key to the matchup, as Sasha had to take out the Dispel out of the hand of Aaron.
Yeah.
And that meant that then they couldn't have enabled anymore the strands, and that led to the game after 1 hour of staring at each other.
Yeah, that was crazy, and it was kind of it was kind of mean, I guess, because it was kind of like playing, okay, so there was a line in which Aaron still wins by preventing it, but at that point it's like, okay, do you see it? And he was a bit beaten up about that later. Yeah. I'm a bit sorry to hear that. Yeah. You played really well, Aaron, if you're watching this somewhere in the future or live now on the, I don't know, train home or... yeah. If I look at Clement's sideboard, which is a bit different from the one that Aaron brought, you have a Remove Soul. I think you want that in.
Yeah.
Revoke Existence does nothing. Crimson Acolyte does nothing. Red Blast does nothing.
I wonder if Dispel or Blue Blast come in for the exact same reason that you just mentioned.
Dispel against the Flaring Pain, yeah. Is there anything... I'm wondering... No, there's no weird off-color, multicolor creature in Spy that's getting hit by a Blue Blast or sorts. It's weird. What do we cut?
From Caw Gates?
Yeah.
Huh. It's possible that the Palace Sentinels could go.
Probably.
Since you don't want to use the strands to also defend Monarchy.
Yeah.
Besides your life total and just losing to Spy. It's possible that a number of Outlaw Medics could go. Since you don't really see it dying too often.
Yeah.
They can just not block. But besides, I think it's pretty tough to cut from there.
Yeah, that's true. That's also maybe the reason why nobody really was prepared for Spy because, as I said, Sasha, mono red player, nobody was expecting it. Yep. Like, it was in the wheelhouse of Mark, I think, had played Spy before to good results in our leagues.
We saw many players preparing by not bringing Graveyard Hate for this top 8.
Oh, yeah, that is... I mean, it's certainly a read. Yeah, there's so many grindy decks, but the Graveyard Hate was really slim. I was surprised by that.
Yeah. For anyone watching that is trying to take inspiration from these deck lists of the best players of Leipzig, please consider adding 1 or 2 Grave 8 more.
As currently the resident Cycle Storm player, please don't. Please don't. It's kind of, like this would have been, like, I would have felt good playing Cycle Storm into this meta. This is a pretty good meta. And like Grixis and Gardens was like 2 spell bombs and that's it. That's like, okay, sign me up.
Yes, especially Gardens.
Yeah.
To start with.
Tap land, make 1/1. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it looks like it was also a meta game in general, very good for any type of Storm deck. Maybe strengths are not the best, but turn 3-4, they have to have it.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's this Rising Star of Ruby Storm also appearing lately in the meta game.
Yeah.
Which would have been also a nice meta call, I believe.
I have an old build of that, but it's looking really nice as to, like, it has found their own identity. Like, I really liked the whole gutter snipe shenanigans, but we have that in Red Madness now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
And now we see the first 7, correct? Of the 2 players. It looks like from here that Sasha does have the mana to a degree. I cannot see all the cards, but there's at least a Swamp and a Generous Hand, which generally can get it going.
Yeah, and I see a Spy and a Mass Fiend as well, which are not bad cards, but yeah, Spy really depends on... Oh, so we are on a mulligan, okay.
So this is again a mulligan to 5 for Clemo.
Oh, that's rough.
In the finals.
That is so rough. Our audio is getting choppy. Thank you, Levin. We will fix that in a second. And we are hopefully back without audio issues. Please let us know in the chat if things are sounding good right now. Of course, we're also taking a listen. But yeah. In the meantime, our 2 finalists have resolved their mulligans.
And we see a land starting from Clemo, which is not trivial. His mulligans lately.
Yeah. And we are not, I mean, this is not a matchup where you need to declare colors, but we're just assuming every gate is Azorius at this point.
Yeah.
So we really probably know. Now, well, we know no red blasts. Blue is always on the table. This is from way back. It's fine now. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Also, shout out to our tech crew who's on their feet fixing things even if there is no issues.
And just to keep them warm.
Yeah. That kind of gives us a reminder that we need timestamps when we look at our chat here.
I would like to bring your attention to the best move from Spy.
Oh no.
From Sasha. That is the best way of fetching a land. That is drawing it off the top.
Okay. I mean, if you don't have a lot of them, it's like... Wait. How many? So, okay, so he drew a land from top. Does he have any more in hand? Do we know? Because at some point, Spy gets awkward if you just draw your lands.
Ooh.
That's a remove soul.
Okay.
Fires it off immediately. So leveraging that to delay Spy.
That's kind of a signal of feeling confident and just wanting to keep the creature count low.
Yeah. It would have been a sick play if he's just bluffing. If it's like his only removal. But yeah, because Spy is already like that's like 4 lands out of the 5 he has in deck. And then
Clemo had information about this, except the last one.
True. So we are fetching. Spy does that a lot.
And then here, Clemo goes for a treasure, which on a multi 5 becomes really important.
Yes, very much so. He does need resources. He has a lot of lands in hand,
Yes,
I think.
I see a bit too much white bordering there.
It's maybe it was a bluff.
That would be a good one.
Yeah, because I think there's like 2 more lands and 1 mystery card, I think.
Yep.
And that's barely enough to contain Spy.
On the other hand, Sasha doesn't know that.
That's true. But that's like competitive level Pauper, right? Like Clemo, we had, and now the jig is up. Now the jig is up. Reveal.
Oh.
Okay, that's a journey. So he had something, but it wouldn't have interacted with the combo. Well, Sasha, what do you do with this information? This is a very favorable position. He just needs to find a way to fetch the last land, Spy, and then you're off to the races.
What could be the draws here for Gates to get out of the situation even? Maybe a Prismatic Strands?
Prismatic Strands would be nice. He would, but he kind of...
Not even.
I mean, a Fraben Charm or a counter spell.
And we see...
Does he...
The combo.
Did he choose to reveal it just? Does he? Oh,
and that's
there. I need to wait. Did he have it in hand? No. I have to.
He drew a Treben Charm off the top.
Yes. So he has. We need to clarify, I think.
Yes, I think so. I think Sasha went for the combo, expecting dead draws from Clemo.
Yeah.
And Clemo just said Treben Charm off the top and exiled the graveyard in response to the Dread Return, and that's game.
Yeah, I was confused why Sasha is going for it.
Wow.
I was like, okay, but did he still win? No. I think it was Clemens cheering, which we heard in the background.
Yes.
Which is like, oof. Okay, we sort of got through that. And I mean, I don't know. It's a classic, okay, I do a hand check the turn before and it looks fine. And you always have to assume there's gonna be the worst top deck on there. I think just with Spy, you can never jam if you don't know.
You think so?
I think, I guess sometimes that's like a player preference, I guess, but I feel never like if I don't do the Mess Fiend on the same turn, I'm not jamming there.
Yeah. I'm kind of a bit different of sort of a Spy player. I think if they have 20% of seeing something between those 2 cards that would have completely got Sasha here, or a Brainstorm, 20-30%. Well, 20-30% of losing is something I would accept.
But it's like there was so many live draws, right?
Yeah.
Like he had 5 or more mana. He could actually, brainstorm into then a frame charm, a prismatic strands, a counter spell, all that. Well, I guess the counter spell doesn't kill you because you do it twice.
And he didn't have enough creatures. Now that you say
it,
actually it felt
like he felt very Clemo did the thing where he's like bluffing that he that he has a lot of interaction and actually he just has like 2 pieces, but on the other hand I think there was a bit Sasha got carried away there, maybe.
Yeah, probably Sasha smelled blood and just wanted to go for it.
The win of our trophy, so close in his grasp.
it was one draw of the top away.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah. And I mean, he had, because he still had all the sideboard cards of like, there's a whole Haunting Misery. I guess you don't care about strands because you could still flashback the Flaring Pain with the Jack-o'-lantern, so you don't have to think about that one. So I guess I can see the point because you're sort of, yeah, at that point it's Counterspell and Frame Charm, that's 7 cards, and I think we saw at least one of those.
Yes.
So I guess the chances are still really low that they hit it. But yeah.
Yeah, there was basically 12 cards then. That were either redraws or direct answers.
Yeah.
And that gets a bit into the numbers. One could argue that Sasha was such in a dominant position that basically any draw from him would have meant increasing advantage that Clemens couldn't have kept with.
Yeah.
There's also the possibility of Clemens catching up again.
Yeah. But that's one of the, I mean, this is a very nice display of how Spy works as a deck. The thing is, if you go for the combo, you're kind of dead if you don't hit it.
Yes.
Like if you don't end the game, like the way Spy is built right now, it's just, it doesn't have a backup plan after that. You kind of, your backup plan comes first if you can't do the combo, and if that fails and you go for a Hail Mary, if it doesn't hit, it costs you the game.
Most of the times it does work.
Most of the times it does, which is why it is generally a good meta deck.
Yes.
And why it's showing up here in our final.
Yeah, for the final game of the 9 months league, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really, damn, exciting. I mean, like pretty much exactly a year ago, we were sitting here with Lucas and Phil, and we had the final of Dredge versus Demir Faye. And that was also I think that's in spirit very similar to these two decks.
Could have been Dredge against Jund.
Was Phil on Jund?
Yes.
Yeah, actually you are right. It was Jund.
But it was in his Jund period.
Yeah. But I mean, isn't Caw Gates right now sort of, I feel like Caw Gates and Jund kind of swap places.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Also from performances at bigger tournaments and online, it looks like the grind deck of choices now. Caw Gates also fills the same role of hard to master, but then really, really giving back to you once you got it.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other hand, Dredge maybe falling out a bit of a favor. Spy had its big peak. I think now Dredge and Spy both are sort of like more on the fringes. They're still good combo decks, but
I wonder if we will see a resurgence of these decks, since people are packing out all the graveyard hate. Since it's not as needed anymore.
I'm banking on that. But also, I'm kind of banking on those graveyard decks to also not be perceived as much, because as soon as like World Spy or which the Spy combo deck is, or Dredge become like more meta contenders, like something like Cycling Storm just gets hit in the crossfire. Yeah.
You should use your social media exposure then to talk against Spy. A very bad deck. It's here by complete luck, as you see.
Yes. As you can see, clearly, it's like it just dies if it doesn't do its
thing. It's a roll of a dice.
Not good, yeah.
We got some requests from the chat. For example, don't buy Spy tomorrow. I don't have any effect there, but I'll get in contact with the format panel, and I will ask them not to ban it. It would be actually good for any other graveyard deck to ban Spy, though.
That's an interesting point. But I think the interesting part is that it seems like graveyard combos are the kind of combos that feel fine for all players, because the graveyard hate is so good. Because I mean, we started in June. That was when High Tide was there.
Oh God.
Right?
Yes.
So we had a whole couple of months of like there's a mono blue storm deck that nobody really can interact with outside of the same and similar colors. And yeah, I think in general the opinion of Pauper players is probably still like Tide was a bit too much, and like all this graveyard stuff, even Cycle Storm, it's probably fine. It's still not very fun to play against a lot of times.
No, it's not, and you know it.
I mean, it's fun, right? Everybody's having fun when I play that, right? No, but yeah, it's but that's just in the nature of Storm decks, and but if they are based around creatures, which is also why I think Ruby Storm is probably a fine deck, even if it picks up, and something like Cycle Storm that can clearly be counteracted by a turn 1 relic or something, yeah, that's fine. What the fuck is going on? Oh no!
Oh, he just piled up.
Okay. I was thinking this is a multi 2.
No.
Because there's
it's not impossible, right?
I almost won a multi 2 against Ferries on stream in our Lega.
Oh.
Yeah, that was wild.
I think I missed it. I have to get it back.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th game day or so. I was up against Milan, and I had terrible terrible hands, and I went back on that game always like, did I had a hand there that was sort of like this I could keep and have more cards and just hope I top deck one more thing? Or it was like, no, it was correct. But the hand was like I think Land Grant End or something.
Wow.
And from there, just top decking like Winding Ways and such while he was tapped out. And
there's a clear upside from that hand. That is, you're not revealing any information almost from that hand.
That's true. Okay, back to our game. Our final at the Lega Pauper Lipsia. The season 2. We have Sasha Summer on Spy Combo and Clemens on Caw Gates. We see a wall of roots coming down. And the Elves of the Deep Shadow that he plays to enable the Haunting Misery inside. I was always wondering if it's worth, but it's probably more of a Gardens thing to do, to just remove those, so Spy really has to work to get their colored sources.
Yeah, I think Spy would totally take care of also the small dorks, not Spy, Gardens. And no, here you're so tight on resources that you really cannot afford that.
I also see trainer Lucas in chat calling this a crazy take, and I don't know, Lucas. We have to talk about that later, maybe.
Well, this is already upscaling from the previous games. We see Clemens doing land drops while having cards in hand.
That's good. Yes. That's good. And I hear laughter, so they're probably bantering a bit, which is good. Spirits are high. Is that a foil Lotus Petal?
Yes, he was already asked questions on that in the other room.
Yeah.
Apparently, for a brief period, that was the cheapest version on card market, and somehow that panned out well for Sasha.
Nice. Then that's probably like some sort of promo, right?
Possibly. It has the little star.
That is Brainstorm Counterspell. A Journey for the End. Yeah.
And land drop.
Playing it slow.
I don't know how it's gonna end this one, but for sure this is how Gates wants the game to go. I see also a Prismatic Strands in hand.
Yeah.
Which is not as good as in game 1 because of the Flaring Pain, but it's a piece of the anti-combo, let's say.
Exactly. And that's what he's keeping open if he leaves like 3 mana untapped here. Maybe he decides to deploy something instead, because like Sasha is sitting there with 1 card. Basically having played all their cards out, the end got removed, and now they kind of like top decking to hope to hit some sort of spell. I think it's Claymore really wants to keep that mana open to counter any sort of draw that like Sasha comes for here. which kind of means Sasha is forced to keep a draw spell, not really fire it immediately, because you have to assume it's gonna get countered. So you need to double spell something.
Or one card at a turn, like this one, which is a double spell in one card. But
nice.
Apparently Claymo calculated that he cannot really afford to sack 3 creatures just for a 5/7.
Yeah, like Sasha has the option to sacrifice the whole board to flashback and get the end in play, but I don't think
that's a winning line.
No. But he's thinking, I think. He's contemplating whether he would sacrifice, but no, he passes.
Yep.
Also kind of tough, like after that last game, like that gets to you probably, that you, like if you're now in a tough spot, you might be thinking back like, oh man, why did I do that last game? Like that was so free to not do that.
Yeah.
So
at the same time, you have to somehow do some economy of your mental resources.
Yes.
Especially when we've been playing since midday.
Yeah.
And everything has been so tight.
Yeah.
But that applies to both players here.
Yeah.
And now he goes for the Dread Return.
Is that to enable some sort of draw spell from hand?
Most likely. But we'll see. I also see a Trap and Charm.
Claymo's brainstorming.
Best card in the deck. By a distance. Sometimes card advantage, and sometimes just plants you ahead for turns, and then you grind out the win, one attack at a time.
Yeah. The lovely frame and job.
Yeah. He can even afford to use one of the answers just for... And there's no double spell.
Nothing.
Oh.
Sasha got impatient. That's not... That is... No.
That was the corner to turn here for Claymo.
This is really rough to come back from.
Yep.
And there's a lifelink creature in play. There's a basilisk gate in play. You have like 2 or 3 cards, only 3 of your lands. This is super tough.
It's and from here it's a slow death from Gates, which as an opponent it generally feels pretty rough.
Yeah. And I mean, how slow is it actually? Is it 2 turns?
Oh no, in this case it's not. It's not. When you don't have blockers, actually, you just see those numbers getting this and this and. Yeah, he's flying high.
Yeah.
And
it seems
he's
like
one removal spell away from
being
getting the game.
Yeah, and I think we saw the frame charm, of course, hit the graveyard.
I think there's a second one.
Oh
which
no.
Would seal the game here.
Sasha, you gambled 1 times too many, maybe. Just Claymo secure it. I mean, he played so clean. He had the big juke last game.
Oh my god.
Clutched it back.
Is this the end of the season?
Oh my
god.
There's the frame charm. And he has the mana to pump and attack for leaf, and that's it!
Wow.
Damn.
We hear them clapping from the other room.
Yeah. Clean magic at that point.
Caw Gates. Would you have said it at the beginning of the season?
Absolutely not. I think at the beginning of the season it felt like no deck to pick at all. But yeah, it's like it made a comeback, and suddenly, Caw Gates is like a deck that can win big tournaments, and won as well.
Just did, and it did it so cleanly.
Yeah,
wow,
that's a crazy game.
Wow. So Clemens, the now champion of the Pauper Lipsia.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I think it's kind of funny because I think there's a small story in we get as a league, and of our size we get 2 buys, and let's maybe I don't know if there's something happening over there. as a league, you get like 2 buys for the Paupergeddon that your league is preparing for the season. And the first buy by ranking, we give the first buy out by ranking.
From the game
Rank
days.
1, exactly.
Yeah.
Rank 1 was Pit. Pit just confirmed he's unable to attend. Mark would be second. I think he's also unable to attend. Third one is Clemo. Clemo is definitely going. And now he secured this. And he was like, he definitely is going. So probably somebody else.
Yeah, so
after
now it
him.
has to go down the... He basically
Who's
got the
fourth? Is that
twice the
Aaron?
buy. Yeah,
Can somebody call Aaron that he
I think
probably
I had
has
long discussions on this before. And
Is Aaron going to Paupergeddon? You have a buy if you want it, I think.
No.
I can't confirm this, but yeah,
it's
we
gonna
will.
be on me to communicate to them who we have the buy and why. What were our conditions? It's not gonna be easy.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, that's our final. I think we're gonna take a short break. We will have our winner here for a short interview afterwards. Maybe we can do something with the ceremony. I don't know. I don't think we have a plan
We'll
for
try
that.
to set up something.
We'll try. We'll
Yeah.
be right back.
Our technicians are out of this world, so they
Yeah.
could set up anything.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. In the meantime, maybe you can look at the winning deck list. It's still in the chat.
Exclamation
yeah,
mark deck list.
exactly. And yeah, be right back with our winner.
Nee, aber so eins. Ich pack hier ein 40 Meter XLR-Kabel ran, nehmen wir es mit vor.
Ach so, dann willst du vorne das eine Mikro.
Das können wir auch machen.
Ja, das
Dann muss Felix hier nicht so...
Test. Do you have found something over there? Sehr gut. Zup. Mhm.
All right, chat. We did it, chat. We're actually done. We're done for today. We're done with the Lega Pauper Lipsia Season 2. This is now the end. And now we're gonna go over to give away some prizes. So, of course, I think it was because it was not on camera, we actually had to play out place 3 and 4 because we have a different price support for these categories. And it was Grixis Affinity versus Golgari Gardens. And Gardens won. So we have on place number 4, we have Lou on Grixis Affinity. Lou, thanks to our wonderful sponsor Ultimate Guard, you will be able to take home an Archive Xenoskin 400. That is going to be your prize for today. And do you want to say any words that you want to share with the world out there about Lega Pauper Lipsia, about the day, about anything?
Yeah, it's the best crew, best tournament series in all of Germany. So proud to be part of it. Thanks for organizing everything, and it was a pleasure. And maybe next time I'll come with a legal deck.
Maybe. The question is, do you regret not having the blowgun, or would you rather not have it altogether in your deck like you were supposed to?
No, I was planning not to play the blowgun, but somehow it ended up in the deck.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And with that, I have Golgari Gardens, Mark. Yes. You will take home today the Archive 800 Plus.
Oh, thank you, Ultimate Guard.
Well, you can say your thanks into the microphone.
Thank you, Ultimate Guard.
So, Mark, any final, any words, any reflections on today, on the league, on anything you want to share?
Yeah, when you can play Gardens without a timer, that is the most amazing thing in the world, especially if you do a mirror match. That is great. Thank you. Where's Gunny? Thank you, Gunny, for 130 minutes of Garden versus Gardens.
Okay. Thanks, Mark, for being here, for always playing so well. And we'll probably see you in the next season.
Hope so.
Okay, and now we're going to go on to the finalists. And of course, as you have all probably have seen, on place number 2, we have Sasha on Spy. Sasha will get the Super Hive 550 plus. Sasha, any reflections?
I have to say the line first. Thank you, Ultimate Guard. Otherwise, thanks again for organizing the league. It was a great experience. I'm really happy with how today went. I was ready to go into the corner and cry when I saw the deck lists yesterday, but I'm glad I got as far as I did. And yeah, I'm hyped for the next season.
Okay, see you next season. Thanks for playing. Yeah. And you gotta admit, like, Sasha, you didn't have an easy bracket. Let's phrase it like that. And now, of course, the winner who's gonna take down the Ultimate Guard OmniHive 1000 plus, a signed snuff out, and of course the trophy itself is gonna be Clemens. You get your prizes. You get to lift. Yeah, you get to lift. Clemens, congratulations. Of course, you get also the chance. Any reflections? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I'm glad that I did it, and I didn't expect it after seeing the lists getting published yesterday in the evening. But Magic is luck dependent.
I mean, you of course also have to, you have to be lucky, of course, but you also have to convert this luck into wins, and I think you showed that today. So thanks for playing. Any last words?
Yeah, thanks for organizing everything. Was a pleasure again. 7 months of league contest. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I will be there next time for sure.
What do you think about your Ultimate Guard OmniHive?
Yeah, that Ultimate Guard was so generous that we had these boxes at the game days already. So I have a pile now at home, and I don't own that many decks to put all these in these boxes, but it's an amazing game tool.
Okay, thank you, Clemo.
May I ask Clemo a question?
What kind?
What he thinks about using Ultimate Guard products as currency.
And with that, we will head over into the winners' interviews to reflect on the last couple of last couple of games, especially the finals. It was very intense, as we have all seen. There was a few moments, especially in game 2, where there was some things. So first, maybe Sasha, you can come again, and I'll give it to Felix now. I've stolen your jacket.
Yeah, it's okay. It looks really good on you. Yeah, it looks nice with like a hoodie underneath. So, yeah. Yeah. Do you want to? I mean, we're kind of free flying here. Do you want to stand or sit?
We can can keep standing. Yeah.
Okay. You placed second, and I think the first questions I wanna ask you today, because I know, like, I looked at your results, I looked at your lists, I looked what you played, and it is like 1 time red synth, 2 times, 3 times, 6, 7, 8 times red synth, and now you come with Spy. Why?
Well, I looked at the matchups I expected. I thought there would be at least 2 or 3 Junt or Grixis Affinity, which are very bad matchups. I expected Caw Gates or White Weenies, which is a bad matchup. So going Synth again was out because I thought the matchups would be horrible. And then the second idea I had was thinking probably nobody expects anyone to bring a graveyard dependent deck, like maybe Mark, who played a bit of Spy in the league. So if I register Spy, then some other people might cut on some graveyard hate, and I have a easier matchup which did not pan out. Yeah, but this was the thinking basically. I didn't want to play red because I think it would have been bad, and I'm still happy about not bringing red. Yesterday I wasn't happy about the choice I made, but it worked out today, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, as somebody who has played Spy before, like, the amount of graveyard hate or the lack of in all deck lists would have inspired confidence in me. But you said you were like looking at the meta and were kind of like, okay, this is gonna be rough. So because it were really grindy matchups, like 2 Gardens, 2 Caw Gates, a Grixis, like that's probably what you were thinking.
Yeah, so Gardens is the worst matchup because they combine the graveyard hate with even main decking the spell bumps, and they can remove all your creatures. They can put down the reds, so they can blow up your board in response to Spy, so you can't red return afterwards. So it's a very, very bad combination. I got really lucky in the semifinals because I drew well, Mark drew very badly, so I could steal this matchup. But I think that's also a strength of Spy, that even in the bad matchups you can be very, very fast and steal a lot of wins that way.
Yeah, true. That's also my experience with Spy. So going into the matches you played today, is there anything like up to the final that you any major play that you want to point out, or how the interactions of this day went? Like anything that we maybe didn't catch, because I think we saw you on stream on the game 3 of round 1. The whole Gardens thing we didn't see. I think we didn't have like either Gardens player on stream today, and then we had you here, of course. But anything else you want to point out that happened beforehand?
No, I think the most important things the people saw, like the third game of the first round was similar to the games we had played before, where I mostly try to get out with a pretty fast beatdown start to force him to tap out and maybe end with combo that way. And then I got a bit lucky because I had to force a misplay in the third game to win, which I did. Otherwise, I think one thing that's very important with Spy is that you can default to the beat up plan a lot. You don't have to combo nearly as often as you might think. So my mindset was I'm gonna keep the combo in the back of my head, and sometimes, like in game 2 of the finals, you have to be brave and just try to combo immediately. But otherwise, if your hand gives you the opportunity, it's often better to just chip the health a bit, force your opponent to use interaction, tap out, and then go for the combo, or always force your opponent to keep open mana, so because you threaten the combo, and overwhelm them on the beatdown side at the same time.
Yeah, and then we saw that gameplay on Masterful Display. I think in the finale you might gotten a bit unlucky, but I want to ask about one specific choice you made, which was in game 2. You were sitting, like you had like Clemens hand revealed. There was one top deck, so one unknown in hand, and you had, I think Clemens might have even had an empty board. I'm not quite sure if that was the case. He's nodding, yes. So it seems like, okay, so this is a situation where you don't really have to do anything, but the beauty and the danger of Spy is if you decide to go for the combo and it doesn't work, you are screwed. Yeah. And he decided to go for it there with that one unknown card. What was your thinking in that moment?
So my hand was Spy, Mesmeric Fiend, and a land, I think. Not much else. So I knew if he has an answer, he has to have top-decked it. And I did not have the mana to go Fiend and Spy next turn. And also my hand wasn't well set up to go for any kind of beatdown strategy. And I knew if the game goes to the very long game, I lose all of the time. And for maybe also with the 3-hour match from round 1 at the back of my mind, I thought, all right, I'm just going to go for it now. Either I win or I lose. At least it's over fast. But I think with the hand and with the information I had, it's like I don't regret the decision. It didn't work out in the end. I misplayed it a little because I did not keep up the flashback flaring pain. So if he would have top decked strands, I would have screwed myself. Thankfully that did not come up. But otherwise, yeah, I thought about it and I thought the best thing to do is just to risk it. And even though it didn't work out, I think it was the right decision looking back.
Okay, and now that you've spent so much of your mental resources on this, are you now officially a combo player?
I think like I just started playing Pauper with this league, and I'd like to branch out with the playstyles a little. So I started with a lot of aggro now, and I played the combo deck, and let's see what I'm gonna play next league. Probably something very different, just so. Like, I like getting into the depths with a deck, but I also want to experience everything the format has to offer. So I think I'm probably not going to play aggro or combo again in the next Lega. I'm not quite sure yet what it's going to be then.
Okay. Any last, because I don't want to keep you forever here, any last remarks? You have the audience at home. He'll be with you in a moment. And anything else you want to remark on this final?
First of all, congrats to Clemo. He played it very well. He played well all of the stages. I think everyone who was here definitely deserved it. And I'm happy, as I already said, to get as far as I did. I once again want to thank you and the whole team for organizing the league. It was a great experience. I'm glad we have something like this in Leipzig, so you don't have to go a long way. And I hope the next league is going to be just as good. I encourage everyone at home to try to sign up if the days aren't already full. And yeah, it was a great time. Thank you for that.
And thank you. Okay, that's our second place finalist of the second season. It's been a long day. Thank you very much, Sasha. And then we have our winner of the second season of the Lega Pauper Lipsia. That's Clemo. Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah, your prize. Well, now, have you already engraved it while you were over there?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna get on that in a minute because this is a special trophy, right? Have you been around at the time it was instigated, or?
No, I wasn't. But I was around at the time when we bought this because now it's our second LPL league, but we did three seasons before that, but off the LPI organization.
Sort of like there was a Lega here, and I remember a time where I came in, which was like 4-ish years ago or so. People were really restless and like, oh yeah, that was so cool when we had that league, and we really want to do it again. And then we started the whole thing with the Lega Pauper Lipsia, reached out to the IPL and all that, and now this cup is back. It's awesome. It's awesome that this still exists. It's awesome that there's still now the names engraved of the people who first in 2019, Marcel, which is our twice even, which is one of our Gardens players today. Milan, which has been won that in 2021, which has been a huge force in this community in organizing. And then we had Lucas, who was my joint commentator for the first round, also providing a lot of insight from their side. A really, really good judge player. But this is your win. This is there anything you want to point out from the games today? Is there anything that comes to mind that you really want to share?
I teased it when I got the prizes in the ceremony. I didn't expect to win today. I'm always hustling with my deck choices. In forehand of big tournaments, I'm always going crazy, and I think I do everything wrong. Then I choose my deck. In the league, I performed well with weenies, but I didn't want to play weenies. I was afraid that everybody will be prepared for aggressive deck strategies with two players. I suspected, and I think everybody suspected that two players will come with mono red. Many suspected me coming with weenies, and so I choose gardens. I choose Caw Gates, and then I saw the pairings, or not the pairings, but the deck lists yesterday, and I was like, okay, I won't make this. I mean, the other Caw Gates player had 4 standard bearers, which would have broke my neck. 2 garden players, and then today. I had a lot of. I also said that, but I had a lot of luck in match 1. The third game, my opponent had 3 hands without any land, so he was on the multi 4 on the play. And second game, unfortunately, I would have loved to play it out, but second match there was this game win, and and now third game, the absurd top deck of the Frame Charm when I thought everything is done for today. So I had a big portion of luck today.
Yeah, but that's like what makes a good Magic play, right? You said that like sometimes you just draw the right cards, and that's one of the reasons you can win games. Yes, okay. This was I'm thinking back at, so you said it earlier, like the deck choice when the deck lists were revealed, you were not very happy with your choice, because I mean you had a lot, you talked about it, you have a lot of like decks in your wheelhouse. I think Weenies would have been the most obvious one, because you went like to a very good record at the big Paupergeddon at the end of last year, so that's probably also what most people had in mind. You played it, like you won one of our game days, I think, with Weenies as well. Multiple, oh yeah, sure. I know of one, but there might be more top 8s, right? Yeah. So but Caw Gates now, because of what you expected of the meta, and like going into today, like what were, like you were thinking you weren't quite happy maybe at first, but then as you went into the games and like had the first matches, how did that change? Like, did you still feel like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing here, I should be like running out every round or be kicked out every round, or how did that go?
No, actually it changed when we did the lottery of the matches, because it wasn't sure who will be my opponent. I was not happy with the pool of opponents. No, two opponents would have been lucky for me, or I was looking forward to play against Grixis and Red, and I was afraid of the mirror, and I was afraid of the Gardens, Gunny with Gardens, Marcel with Gardens. You were not in the pot for match 1. You were in the higher bracket, like I was, and so I was lucky to get Red, and I have 2 acolytes, the Crimson acolytes, exactly the red ones, because I was expecting a lot of red and a lot of Grixis or Junt, and I choose it also to deal with munitions, because this is really nasty if you want to pump up your cats and they just get shot, and the acolyte gives you the opportunity to just pay one white to check if the opponent wants to remove it or not, and if they don't, then it's safe, you can pump it and you can go for it. And it really paid out. Like game 2, which I won against Max in the first match, was just carried by the acolyte, and also against Grixis, the game we played, the acolyte was very, very well serving.
Nice. Okay. Nice. Is there anything, because I'm also, it's been a long day, I'm sure it was a long day for you as well. You have to celebrate, you have to take home this trophy, find a spot for it where it goes, engrave your name please, and the date. I don't know if we're gonna put, I don't think, yeah, there's still spots left. But it will be nice to look back on this, maybe in the VOD as well in a couple of years, and see how all this started and where all you guys, because you've been, like you and all the other people here, you've been incredible. The level of play over the last like years or two like improved so hard. It's amazing to see you guys grow. It's amazing to see what this community is coming together, and yeah, you really earned this, Clemo. So enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and with that, I think that's all for today. We don't really have much going on after that. This was our second season at the Lega Pauper Lipsia. We will be back very, very likely in the summer. We have to figure out how exactly that's going to work. If you want to help out, reach out to us. You have our socials, like the Twitch or the YouTube where you're currently watching this. Maybe you are in the Telegram chat, which we use locally to like communicate all the things we do. There is so many different things we're doing. We have this league which runs monthly. There's big tournaments. We had the Common Island last year. That's gonna be happening again in October, so you can look forward to that when we announce that. And cars outside making weird noises. And other than that, we have like local playdates for Pauper Nights. That's happening every other week here at Libelle, where we currently are. This might look a bit barren on camera, but it's really cozy once you're in here. The people are really nice. If you need a deck to like try out, or just in general want to check out the format of Pauper, we're always here for you. We do other stuff. We draft, we play Cube, we check out other formats that are adjacent to Pauper every now and then and do something else completely. There's just so much in this community that I would very much like to invite you in here. So if you are in the area, stop by, or maybe like message one of us on one of our socials, or well, Telegram is probably the easiest way to do that. And other than that, you heard the shoutouts to Ultimate Guard, shout out to Libelle, which is the place which without Pauper to the People wouldn't be possible. Shout out to the Pauper to the People group in general, to Milan and all the other people that are working to keep their group alive and have like started this thing, this exchange that is based around Pauper but grows into so much more. Yeah, thank you to everybody who's helping here to make this possible. And yeah, I think that's all from us. So I think all that's left to be said, power and Pauper to the people.